Welcome, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Welcome to the January 9th regular meeting of the Santa Rosa City Council. Ms. Gomez, would you announce the roll, please?
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts and Councilmember Combs.
And they will both be absent for the balance of the meeting. Report on closed session 2.1, we gave instructions to staff, and 2.2, we did not take that issue up in closed session today. Item 7, we have proclamation, and Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is for the 100th anniversary of the Santa Rosa Junior College, and so I'm looking for Ricardo Navarrete to come to the podium, and I will read the proclamation, and any other representatives would like to be here for this special proclamation. And it's fairly lengthy, but you deserve a lengthy proclamation after 100 years, I would say. You have 100 years for it. Whereas Sonoma County Junior College District, well known as Santa Rosa Junior College, is celebrating its 100th anniversary, and in recognition of its roles in promoting educational opportunity, academic excellence, economic vitality, social equity, and community advancement throughout the North Bay region. And whereas Santa Rosa Junior College was originally conceived in November 1917 by the Federated Home and School Association, an organization of prominent Santa Rosa women who cherish the ethos of locally based higher education. And whereas Santa Rosa Junior College enrolled 19 students its first semester, spring of 1918, and eventually included all high school districts located in Sonoma County and parts of Marin and Mendocino counties by July 1963. And over its 100 years has served more than 1,700,000 individuals, preparing each one for regional, national, and global leadership. And whereas Santa Rosa Junior College has established campuses in Santa Rosa and Petaluma, a public safety training center in Windsor, the 365-acre Schoen Farm in Forestville, and Southwest Santa Rosa and the Southwest Santa Rosa Center in Roseland. Classroom-based instruction throughout the district, and an online program that serves students from throughout the region and beyond. And whereas having established a legacy of excellence during a century of service, Santa Rosa Junior College has established academic, career technical education, athletic and performing arts programs, and have consistently garnered state, national, and worldwide attention, bringing honor to the college and community. And whereas it is the adopted vision that Santa Rosa Junior College aspires to be an inclusive, diverse, and sustainable learning community that engages the whole person. A statement that genuinely reflects the legacy of its imprint on the entire North Bay region, a vision guarded vigorously throughout the test of time. And whereas the distribution of funds to support students and educational programs has earned the Santa Rosa JC Foundation the top ranking among all California community colleges and recognition amongst the top in the nation. Whereas the Santa Rosa Junior College Student Services and the Frank P. Doyle and Polly O. Mira Doyle scholarships are acknowledged as among the finest in the California community college system. And whereas the faculty, staff, administrators, and student leaders have vowed to ensure collegiality and harmony in order to cultivate creativity, respect health, and the inherent richness of multicultural community. Now therefore, be it resolved that Chris Coursey, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby recognize and commend the institution for its historic contributions to the people of this district by inviting the entire community to celebrate and participate in the 100th anniversary of Santa Rosa Junior College, signed by the Mayor on this date.
Well, Mayor Coursey and members of the council and friends in the audience, my words will be brief. I'm the retired vice president at Santa Rosa Junior College, and the board at the junior college meets at this exact time. So the president, Dr. Frank Chong, asked that I represent the junior college since I sit on the Centennial Committee. Accompanying me is one of the managers at the junior college, Hilary Zarate. Our history, Santa Rosa Junior College and this city are intertwined for the past century. The issue 100 years ago to the parents of kids in Santa Rosa was access to higher education. In those years, there was UC Berkeley, and there were some private universities, but there was no other public access. And that was the burning issue 100 years ago when the junior college movement began in the United States and in California. Interestingly enough, UCLA was one of the first junior colleges representing Southern California, just as Santa Rosa was one of the first junior colleges representing the North Bay region. So we are looking forward to the celebration throughout 2018 to commemorate the 100 years of community service and the rededication of this century-old mission, which is still quality access to higher education for the North Bay region. Hilary.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Corsi, council members, community of SRJ of Santa Rosa. I just want to say that I worked with Santa Rosa Junior College for 14 years. I know there's hardly one person I can meet that hasn't been touched by the college, and I love seeing the transformation in all the students' lives. There's been story after story, and I really am privileged to be able to work at Santa Rosa JC and give back to the community. So thank you very much for your proclamation today.
Thank you both for being here. As you celebrate your centennial this year, the city is celebrating our sesquicentennial this year. And I hope that we'll be able to do that arm in arm as the year progresses.
Absolutely, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll move on to staff briefings. Mr. McGlynn.
Item 8.1, Fire Recovery and Rebuild Update. This evening we're going to be joined first off by David Cruz from Cal OES and Robert Presipane from FEMA, and they're going to do a presentation on an update on the current situation.
All right. Thank you and Happy New Year to you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm David Cruz, currently serving as the branch director here for this incident and for all 4 counties. I'm joined here with Robert Presipane, of course. You've seen us before, and we'll try to get through these slides rather quickly. I do want to point out one thing. With the recent rains that we've seen over the last 48 hours, I just want to point out that, through the leadership here in the city of Santa Rosa, in partnership with the county of Sonoma, this area has fared incredibly well during this rain event. And I think that's really just hats off to you, the city manager, and Rita Miller, and Paul Lowenthal, your fire... Sorry, his title is fire. He's all things to us. Fire marshal.
He's jack of all trades.
Quite literally. But really, just a credit to the team that you have here in Santa Rosa. Just done an exceptional job, and we're just incredibly impressed, especially in light of what we're seeing right now in Southern California. So, with that, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Presipane to discuss our current update on the incident.
All right, good evening. I'll have a few highlights, and I want to talk a little more about housing, is what Mr. McGlynn asked us to speak to the council today about. So first slide here is our individual assistance. We distributed about $8.5 million in the hands of survivors. It's about 16,000 registrations. And then the transitional sheltering assistance, we have 92 applicants, survivors, and hotel motels. and we're actively working on that number to get them into temporary housing, which I'm going to speak to a little bit later today. So our goal is to get folks out of hotel and motels into a temporary housing solution as soon as possible. Next slide. The Small Business Administration, the economic injury loan application period is still open. I think it's until June, but the individual households program deadline has lapsed. We're currently working on applications still in the system, but SBA has approved over $100 million for home loans and business loan applications, and you can see the breakdown here. The majority of those, that $100 million is for home loan applications, and then for the business loan economic injury, we're still taking those, and we have a presence with the SBA in downtown Santa Rosa. Next slide. So we're going to get into temporary housing and some of the data. So currently we have 3,200 people or applicants in the pre-placement interview process, so we call it PPI, and those are the cues that FEMA uses to try to identify who needs a temporary housing solution. So over the last month, we've been working really hard on the data and making callbacks to survivors. The eligible category of the 84 applicants that we've called over the last month have fallen into the eligible category. That brings our total number of applicants that are requiring a FEMA housing solution, temporary housing solution, to 189 applicants out of the 3,200 applicants that we have in the PPI process. Right now, that looks like 5.8% of total applicants are requiring federal housing. Historically, we normally see about 10% of those in the PPI queues that require housing. So we are below average, but we feel confident that we are on track to meet the temporary housing need within the FEMA system, and I'll get into a little more detail on the next slide. So the question that's in everybody's mind is, where are the survivors? Where are people being housed? So of the 3,200 that I'm referencing, the 2,400 roughly applicants have identified that they have their own housing solution and they don't require FEMA assistance. And we know that not everything is a government solution. Being in Sonoma County now for a better part of 2 months, can see the generosity of friends and family. And the 2,400 applicant number is really probably what makes up that. And additionally, the insurance rate here is very high. So those insurance applications that have ALE, a combination of family and friends helping each other out and providing housing solutions. Right now, the 2,400 applicants have found their own housing solution that doesn't require FEMA assistance. 580 of those applicants we can't get a hold of. They may have initially registered for FEMA and then maybe found another housing solution and won't answer our phone calls. We have tried to reach out to these 580 applicants multiple times. We'll continue to call them. We'll be working on other solutions in partnership with county and city officials as to how we continue to outreach and get a hold of these 580 applicants to ensure that nobody falls through in the system and that we account for everybody who needs assistance. And then finally, we get down to the 189 applicants who have requested a temporary housing solution by FEMA. In order to provide some confidence in the data, we did take case examples from the other queues. So the ones that said they have housing solution or will identify a housing need. After we called all those additional applicants, only one additional person asked for a FEMA housing solution. So we are being diligent in checking on those who have indicated that they have or will locate a housing solution to ensure that we are capturing them if they need to come back to FEMA, that we're prepared to provide them a housing solution when called upon. Next slide. I wanted to draw some historical comparisons that may be helpful to put our situation into context, but I will state that every disaster is unique, and especially here in Sonoma County. So the other two comparisons I have up here is Monroe, Florida for this year's hurricane disaster in Florida, and then the 2007 San Diego fire. As you can see, we have in the Sonoma County column, but we have a high insurance rate that we're seeing, 57.4%. If you compare it to the San Diego fire, yes, less homes destroyed, but at the end of the day, in the 2007 fire, we only housed, the licensing column really means in layman's terms, individuals that we've provided a housing solution for. So from the San Diego fires, 25 applicants that we housed on that fire. In Monroe County, Florida, we've only housed 211, and currently we've only housed 135 applicants in the fires here. So we're not really that off base. Again, it's a little bit lower than we had anticipated, but we feel with the current data and the team that we have in place with county, city officials and our team that we are calling everybody back and trying to get a hold of everybody who needs a housing solution. But currently, the data speaks for itself, and we see a need of 189 applicants that require housing solutions. And then the next slide kind of gives the breakdown of where we're at. So of the 189, we've housed 135 applicants, and 54 applicants are still requiring housing, so we're actively working on their needs. And the reason why they may not be housed currently is that their family makeup may be something that we're waiting on getting the proper housing solution to get in place to make that happen. Right now, we're also working on a projected capacity need of 6%. So the temporary housing stock that we need is about 217 to be in place out of the entire PPIQ of the 3,600 that we have in the system in various states. Next slide. This is currently the housing mission sites that we have ongoing to meet the current need. The Sonoma County Fairgrounds expansion, the old ball field, we're going to be building 50 pads there, which is under site development now. We've already leased 120 pads at the fairgrounds for recreational vehicles, what you see depicted in that photo, and we've housed 82 applicants there. Direct lease apartments, those are corporate lodging solutions that are not readily available to the public, and through an RFI from FEMA, we're able to acquire those apartments, and we've placed applicants in those lodging solutions. And then we get to the private site development, and that's where we place a manufactured housing unit on a private site. So now that we're making our way through phase 2 debris removal, and if your parcel allows for it and it's big enough, we can place a manufactured housing unit at the request of the survivor, and so they can be on their land as they go through the rebuild. And that's probably the most ideal situation a survivor could have for temporary housing, be on their property and then start their rebuilding process. And we have 8 properties we've identified to, doing site feasibility for a manufactured housing unit on those sites. So with these solutions in place, we believe that we can meet the current and projected need for temporary housing solution, notwithstanding that we know that the major challenge facing the county and the city is the long-term rebuilding of homes. But in terms of the temporary housing on the FEMA side for the next 18 months, I believe we have enough identified sites underway that we can meet the temporary housing need that we currently have in the FEMA system. I believe I have one more slide on debris, but I'll pause here if anybody has any questions or concerns on housing.
Council, other questions on this? Yeah, Mr. Schwedel.
Going back to the numbers where we're comparing to other communities,
Yep.
is the time that this data was obtained about consistent? In other words, was the San Diego and Monroe, is it at the end, a couple months from now? So might our numbers, comparing apples to apples, be more appropriate to look at this again in a couple of months?
Absolutely. We believe that housing need changes over time depending on where the applicant is, and that's why we're have some capacity, but we don't think it's going to exceed 6%. So even on the other ones where the percentage is, nothing really ever historically exceeds 10% of the overall need, because the majority of people either have have insurance, or they have family and friends that they reside in, or they find an available rental unit to reside in. So we might see an uptick of requests, but actually what we've seen so far is actually people finding housing solutions before we can get to them. So they were in our queue, because I watch it every day. And people drop out. They say, hey, we don't need a FEMA housing solution, we've already found one. And that could be something that's on the market. Maybe they moved So where the need was actually much greater at the start of this, and it has actually declined. We may see an uptick as maybe people expend their insurance or their ALE runs out. But we can certainly, we will keep revisiting this. It won't be, we're done here. But we think the important thing is building to what we think the projected capacity is, and we don't think we're going to get above 250 survivors licensed and applicants here in Sonoma County.
Great, thank you.
Robert, are these slides available online somewhere?
The city manager has them, and we can make them
I
available.
believe they're online now, correct? Yes.
Yeah, Sonoma County Recovers.
I don't think it's part of the presentation, but we can talk
okay.
over it. Yes.
I need to refresh.
It's part of the agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, and then we'll get to the last slide here, debris in our mission forecast. So here we've broken down by neighborhoods. Here, which was the request of county and city officials of where the targets were for completion. We started the operation with a goal to get Coffee Park completed as soon as possible. And I mean, this may be hard to read from where you're sitting, but we had some lofty objectives that were set by Administrator Fenton and Director Gallarducci. So for Coffee Park, our projected completion, we were hoping to get it completed by January 15th. We feel confident that we'll be completed by January 26th. And if you drive through Coffee Park, you can see that the majority of Coffee Park is completed for debris removal. Some of the properties are pending sampling and rescraping, but the majority of the debris is cleared. We get into the other areas in Sonoma County, and the majority of our projections have us going into the end of February for the majority of the neighborhoods that we have a concentration of homes lost. And then we have the Sonoma County other, and those are areas of the county that are either have private bridge access that's going to take us a little bit longer to figure out a solution, or they're in very rural, remote areas of the county that are not clustered together, and that's going to take us into March. The majority of our operation in the county is going to be completed on or about February 28th. So as you can see, the red indicates that we're behind schedule, greens we're ahead of schedule, and then yellow is we're right about on schedule. So with the last contract in place, ECC remobilized, and with all the funding that they need, we feel confident that we're going to complete the majority of the mission by the end of February, but Coffee Park will be completed by the end of this month.
Okay. Further questions, council? Thank you. Do you have more on this item, Mr.?
I believe Watershed Rita Miller has a brief update to give, but besides that, it's been covered by the FEMA Cal OAS update.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Corsi and members of council. Just a few items of note. As David Cruz mentioned, despite the concerns that we had before the storms moved in last night, I'm pleased that the burn areas did not experience any issues of concern. We had more than 2 inches of rain, and so we were pretty concerned. We had city crews patrolling the streets up in Fountain Grove as well as Coffee Park, and they found no issues that came up. So that's definitely a great sign. As you may be aware, the residents in the medium and high risk areas and the burning areas that are high to medium risk for flash flooding or debris flow, they were all sent postcards to advise them of those risks and to advise them to be ready and to keep an eye out on potential hazards. That information is on the SonomaCountyRecovers.org website. And last, just want to let you know we're continuing our efforts to replace all of the storm drain inlet protection measures that are out there on the streets, both in Coffee Park and Fountain Grove, and that will help us to continue minimizing any pollution that gets into our storm drains and the waterways. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Ms. Miller? Thank you. Do you have a card on this, Ann Seeley?
Good afternoon, Ann Seeley, Board Member of Conservation Action, Sonoma County Conservation Action. In addition to all of the remarkable information you just heard, I want to make sure you know about Conservation Action's Watershed Protection Program, in which Chris Grable, who is a board member, many of you may know him, board member of Conservation Action, has himself undertaken a remarkable amount of activity in protecting the watershed by assembling volunteers, putting out wattles, working as an intermediary between homeowners or property owners and all of the agencies involved. It's a wonderful synthesis of activity we're all doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seeley. Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, I just had a quick question. I know that the city is furiously documenting everything for the reimbursement process. I had a conversation with a neighbor the other day who was talking about an area of the city that had some damage to it and was asking whether or not there was a part on the My Santa Rosa app to be able to help with some of that crowdsourcing as people within the community find areas that have had damage or suggest areas that we should be looking at.
Currently there is not, but that is a very good suggestion, and we'll look at that particular matter and how we can facilitate that response.
Perfect,
So
thank you.
And just for the community, we'll continue to have these updates in our council meetings. There's also a town hall meeting scheduled on Saturday of this week. I think it's at 10 o'clock at Santa Rosa High School, where all the various agencies will have personnel and be able to answer folks' questions about their individual needs and some general information as well. 10 o'clock Saturday at Santa Rosa High School. Moving on, Mr. City Manager, do you have a report?
I do not have a report.
Ms. Gallagher?
And no report.
Thank you. Statements of abstention tonight, any council members? Mr. Oliveras.
Yes, Mayor, as it relates to the approval of minutes, I was absent on October the 19th.
Thank you. Mayors and council members' reports. You want to start? Mr. Sawyer.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. Just one, well, an important one but important, and it was mentioned by you actually a little earlier this afternoon, our sesquicentennial, and that is coming up in September of this year. I wanted to, we have been meeting on a very regular basis with community groups and other members of the community interested in how they can be a part of this celebration of our 150th year as a city. We do have, we have hired an event organizer, and our website should be up next week. We're having a little bit of difficulty with launching, but we're hoping that it'll be up next week. And the logo has been developed and will be used by community groups to highlight their efforts in the sesquicentennial. And also the schools will be involved. Lots of people will be involved in the celebration as it unfolds. In March, on the 17th of March, we will be unveiling the contents of the time capsule that has been in the ground for the last 50 years. So that'll be, well, we hope that will be an exciting event. It's hard to know exactly what you're going to pull out of the ground after it's been in some kind of canister or some kind of protected environment, hopefully, for 50 years. So it is it's a bit of an unknown. Maybe, you know, it's like, you know, who's going to be in Grant's tomb? Well, we just don't know. Probably in our little containers, we probably won't find President Grant, but we don't. Other than that, we don't know what we're going to find. So it is going to be an interesting unveiling, and I will be giving regular reports to the council on the community. And I think that thank the council for its willingness to support this endeavor as well, because it's the celebration for the community, by the community, and we want as many people to be a part of it as they would like at any at certain levels of participation. The city will be mainly involved in the celebration happening on the weekend of September 8th. But other community groups are actively looking at ways that they can participate as well. So I will be giving regular reports as the event starts to unfold.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer.
Sure.
Mr. Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of things it's been a couple of weeks since we met, but I did want to share that Councilmember Tibbetts and I visited St. Joe's Hall on Christmas Eve. What was really nice about that, we were able to actually serve some breakfast and actually see the operation and meet with some of the different residents. And what was really nice, I know Vice Mayor Rogers and I had gone out there a couple months earlier, and some of the residents who had moved from the Farmers Lane Extension site out to St. Joe's Hall, I was happy to learn that they're actually no longer at St. Joe's Hall because they found permanent housing. So seeing actually some of those successes from the efforts that this community has been doing, it was nice to come full circle on that. Also, along with many of those up here at the dais, attended the New Year's Eve celebration downtown Santa Rosa, which was a great use, again, one of this council's accomplishments, that reunification of the square, and to see thousands of Santa Rosans and community members enjoying the space, it was very enjoyable. I think, Mr. Mayor, you'll be reporting out on our ad hoc homeless meeting. And then I also just want to say and thank many city staff this morning. The students at Schaefer Elementary School, a school that both of my kids went to, reopened after the fires. And it was a wonderful community event where we had PG&E, police were there, fire were there, and just a lot of different community members. FEMA was there. I saw Robert this morning, and Cal OES. And just the nice welcoming back to this community that's been significantly impacted by the fires. And to see those, you were there, Mr. Mayor, dozens of people out there welcoming the students back. In addition to seeing the alpaca for the first time from Forget-Me-Not Farms, the kids, I think, were really welcomed back to the community with arms open. So it's nice, it's another step of the recovery to be part of that this morning. Thank you.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really quickly wanted to continue a conversation that we had in our last council meeting, a little bit of an excitement. This council has not had an opportunity to discuss how we're going to address development within the areas affected by the fire. And there's going to be about a 6-month to year-long gap between now and when we end up getting our report from our fire marshal. And we ran into at our last council meeting a little bit of an issue that was not fair to the developer who'd worked its way through its process, and also to the community that hasn't had any type of ability to weigh in on this conversation. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to support adding this conversation to our goal setting or an appropriate time thereafter. I understand we will not have all the data that we need to be able to have a substantive conversation, but I think that we do need as a council to discuss how we're going to move forward until we have that information and have that report. So we'll be looking for a second.
And let me just make sure I understand what you are looking for, because as was made clear at the meeting previously that you're talking about, we're not going to have a lot of the data and the information from staff. So are you looking for the council? Let me just ask for a little more information.
Yeah, I'm looking for the council to have an opportunity to have a conversation about where we are individually, what kind of information we'd be likely to look for, and how we would like staff to sort of proceed as they move forward working with developers on new development within the area that was affected by the fire, to provide some form of direction so that we don't end up having developers work all the way through the process, get to the council, and not have some clarity in how we are going to address new development prior to the findings from our fire marshal getting in.
Okay. And I wouldn't object to us having that conversation. I'm not sure whether goal setting is the right place to have it, or if we want to do it at a council meeting.
Well, I think if you follow your protocol and procedure, the timing won't allow it to happen at goal setting because you're going to look for a second
next week
and then figure out a fuller consideration. I would also urge that it not be at goal setting because I have a feeling that this could become a pretty expansive topic of conversation. So if there's a second, it'll come back for further consideration, and then we would schedule it there quickly thereafter. But I don't think the timing is going to be correct to do it in the goal setting with the process. And in addition, I think there are other things you're going to need to accomplish in the goal setting conversation.
And I'm suspecting that the venue doesn't make
the venue doesn't matter. I just want to make sure we have a space for the council to have that conversation with the public.
And I'll second bringing that back for a vote from the full council. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. I just wanted to mention a few things over the past couple weeks. Again, the New Year's Eve event in the square was very nice. A lot of kids out there, a lot of families, a good feeling of community on New Year's Eve downtown. Really appreciate the Shandy family for putting that together, and others who worked on that effort. Last week, had a chance to meet with other county and state officials with the Homeland Security Secretary, Kirsten Nielsen. The reason that Homeland Security was here is that that's the department where FEMA resides, and she was out here on a tour of disaster areas on the West Coast. Had a chance to do a little lobbying there and talk about the need for us to get some relief from the federal government on the cost of debris cleanup. As Councilmember Schwedhelm mentioned, our homeless ad hoc committee, joint ad hoc committee with the county that also includes Councilmember Combs, we met on January 4th. I think we're making some progress there as far as the goals and focus of that committee, which is really to implement the recommendations of the home base consultants report that the county and city commissioned last year. We will be having some future meetings that are not private meetings, they'll be public meetings, and it was agreed that the co-chairs, myself and Supervisor Linda Hopkins, will be presenting some information to the continuum of care at their meeting later this month. On Saturday, I attended a memorial for former city manager Ken Blackman, which was not coincidentally at the Ken Blackman Conference Center at the Hyatt. Ken was city manager here for 30 years, quite a remarkable career in city government, and a lot of history was in that room with former council people, staff, friends, and neighbors. It was a nice event for him. And as Councilmember Schwedhelm mentioned, the event at Schaefer School this morning, opening that school after about 3 months, almost exactly 3 months, is a milestone for the community, and it was a nice celebration. We'll move on to 11.2, board, commission, and committee appointments. We did do interviews for both the Housing Authority and the Waterways Advisory Committee before this session, and we have some more interviews to do for the Waterways Advisory Committee, so we won't be making those appointments tonight. The deadline for applying for the Waterways Advisory Committee has been extended until next Wednesday, which I believe is the 17th, and we'll be making those appointments at a subsequent meeting later on. For the Housing Authority, we have 2 at-large positions to appoint this evening. We have ballots in front of us, and Ms. Gomez, do you want to explain the voting procedure so we're all on the same page?
Yes, so the ballots you can do of one of two ways. Either we can go ahead and verbally vote, whoever motions and seconds, the person who motions to select one of the candidates, and then we can vote on that, and it'll be done by process of elimination. So we'll go through each round depending on how many people are selected.
I'm sorry, are you saying you're suggesting a voice vote?
Yeah, you could either do a voice vote, or if you want, you can use the ballot tally, and then I can go ahead and tally it here.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do it on our ballots, and then do it by voice.
Okay.
We'll call them out. The ballot says vote for 4.
Oh yeah, that's actually should be vote for 2. You actually can vote for 3 because there's 2 vacancies, so you want to vote for 3.
Okay, so we're marking off 3 on this first round. All right.
Correct.
Okay, is everybody ready?
Okay, so if you can vote for 2, and Bob Hansen was eliminated.
Okay.
So we have Raymond Tilton, Fran Bolduc, and Leora Johnson Morgan.
I'm sorry, we can vote for 2 of...
Vote 2 of the 3, which is either Raymond Tilton, Fran Bolduc, and Leora Johnson Morgan. So you're picking 2 of the 3.
Okay, so in the first round, Mr. Mori and Mrs. Ferrari were eliminated.
On the first round.
And Mr. Hansen.
Correct.
Okay.
So the 2 selected are Raymond Tilton and Fran Bolduc.
Thank you. Raymond Tilton and Fran Bolduc are, Fran is reappointed and Raymond Tilton is appointed to the Housing Authority. Thank you. Move on to approval of minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes for October 19th and October 24th. We'll need to take these separately. Or do we need to take them separately? Mr. Olivares is abstaining from the 19th, is that correct? Any additions or corrections to either one of these? All right, we'll show both accepted as submitted. Moving on to consent, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 13.1, motion, request authorization to submit a grant application to the Board of State and Community Corrections for the 2018-2020 California Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant Program. Item 13.2, motion, project work order approval, Fulton Road widening improvement project between Guerneville Road and Piner Road. Item 13.3, resolution, authorizing the application for State of Good Repair, SGR, funding and the authorization and execution of the certifications and assurances and authorized agent forms for the SGR project in the amount of $28,791. Item 13.4, resolution, assessment lien against the real property located at 944 Temple Avenue. Item 13.5, resolution, assessment lien against the real property located at 632 Benjamins Road, Santa Rosa, California. Item 13.6, resolution, First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement, Metropolitan Group Incorporated for Planning Agency Staff Contract Services. Item 13.7, resolution, granting tow franchises to 2 tow vendors for police-generated tow operations. Item 13.8, resolution, local proclamation of Civil Emergency Order Number 5, suspension of the construction and demolition debris hauling franchise requirement and franchise fees related to fire debris hauling. Item 13.9, resolution, extension of proclamation of existence of local emergency due to the fires. Item 13.10, resolution, extension of proclamation of local homeless emergency.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. Council, any questions on any of these items? Mr. Schwedel.
I had a question on item 13.5, the Benjamins Road property. So my question was, in the staff report said the complaint was received by the city on this property December 5th of 2006. In the letter wasn't sent, the process didn't start till April of 2017, which begs the question, what happened between 2006 and 2017? And I'm thinking about this from the neighbor perspective, because those are some significant issues.
The case was opened in 2006, but the owners had previously obtained permits, brought the property into compliance, but had not completed all the details, and there were still some open facts on the property. Nothing of major life safety import. The property was clouded, the property title was clouded, but they still hadn't completed the details. The property deteriorated into further damage, and then when we received a follow-up complaint in 2016 and the property was visited by staff, we found egregious details on the property, and that's when we took further action.
Okay, so that'd be great, and I appreciate that. In future items like this, if there's a big gap like that, it just begs the question. Again, if that's my neighbor and I'm the one who did the complaint and we haven't resolved until 17, it'd be great, because that's great information, makes complete sense as to why it's here before us today. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, Council? We have one card on this. Dwayne DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Thank you for the extension of the homeless emergency, number 1310. My main concern, though, is 13.6. You're giving money to a group that calls themselves the Metropolitan Group, and it's for planning. And I believe that that is a waste of taxpayers' money during difficult times. And I actually believe that they may not be as helpful to us as you might think. I looked at the people on their roster, and I noticed that one was a former Santa Rosa City employee, and I remembered being at a hearing when that person actually tried to say that the expansion of the Lola's Shopping Center over on the corner of Dutton and Sebastopol Road was a transit-oriented development. And I was like, wait a minute, this is a store. What are you talking about? And the answer was they expected the young mothers in that neighborhood to ride their bikes to Lola's, and that they would come down there with a couple of kids and go shopping. And I thought to myself, well, this person has no clue as to how Roseland operates, because people rarely ride their bike. I ride it, and I'm a target over there, because people that are there use SUVs to take their kids 2 blocks to the store, all right? 2 blocks to the school, just down the street. They don't even let them walk to school. So I looked at this and I thought, wait a minute, why do we do this? You have a planning department. You have people that are trained. You may say, well, we're overburdened. Well, hire a couple of people at the lowest income level to start here. Let them come fresh from graduate school. Let them get trained in our system here and have them basically earn their keep for far less money than giving it out to this contracting group. And so I want to double check on this, because this former staffer, they seem to think that people would get off the train and ride their bike over to Lola's to go shopping. And I'm like, wait a minute, you need to understand how this city actually operates, how we are here. The people that come up on the train from San Rafael may go to Railroad Square and may come downtown to 4th Street if they make it through the plaza, but I don't think they're coming over to Roseland to hang out with us at Lola's, especially after the recent stabbing there, all right? So let's get realistic. Let's bring some ground truth into all this, and we'll do far better on saving you money, because you're going to be broke for a long time. It's going to take you years to recover from where we're at now. So thank you so much for your time. Looking forward to seeing all of you over in Roseland on the 20th of January. Welcome us into the city. Nothing but a good time is our motto in Roseland. So see you soon. Bye now.
Mr. Rogers.
I will move items 13.1 through 13.10 of the consent calendar and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Your votes?
The old way.
The old way, sorry. Keeping you on your toes. And that has 5 ayes. Thank you very much. We'll move on to public comment. Do we have cards for that, Ms. Gomez? Ann Seeley, followed by Gregory Furon.
Hello again, Council, Mayor and Council. I'm here to just say one thing. I have been very surprised when we are talking about, when we're discussing how to alert people to disasters, that there has not been any mention except one letter to the editor in the Press Democrat about a simple siren, the old kind of siren that used to be used at factories to announce closing time or starting time. Sound-based alerts. I've been really puzzled by the reliance on cell phones. When people are asleep and their cell phone is off, how are they supposed to be alerted to the fact that there's a fire that they should pay attention to? We need a very loud siren that is controlled by a responsible person, of course, or people. But I want to add that to the mix. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory Furon, followed by Stephen Singleton.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. This morning, at the request of the Roseland Encampment neighborhood, I asked the temporary Roseland Library staff for permission to host a memorial for Alamando Histo Cooper, a resident of Last Chance and the underpasses, who died in the encampment in late December. During library hours in the week of January 14th to the 20th, permission has been granted for this guest book to be placed on a table in the library for all to place within their thoughts, photos, remembrances, and about Almondo and his life. I remember Almondo, weak and limited in his strength, sweeping the sidewalk around his location and helping me and others clean the garbage out from the underpasses. I invite all of you who are coming to the Roseland celebration on the 20th to stop into the library, see the guest book, sign it if you will, but basically take one last look at the library. With no funding for temporary library during the construction and virtually no funding to match the community's contributions for a permanent library, it may be the last time you get to see a library in Roseland. Thank you.
Stephen Singleton, followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
First, let me thank everybody that's been involved. I got a cold from last night. Everybody involved in this, as we call the Village of Hope or whatever it may be. I'm one of the elders there. We have a range of kids from 4 years old to seniors that are disabled. We have an array of different issues going on there, and a lot of help came from a lot of different people, and I want to thank everyone. But one thing that I'm not understanding is the trash issue. We had trash every Wednesday under this underpass. Now I understand that the city can't compromise with the county because it's county property. I'm not sure which way it goes. But I know that we have children to older people there that this has become a health issue. I'm not sure what's going to happen to this whole thing, the realm of it. I think it's a good idea if it's done right. I've been out here a long time, off and on. I didn't really get involved till a couple years ago because I was one of the people who sat back and let things happen. We as a group have destroyed the town in 20 years that I know of, but in the group there's a lot of good people, people that work, people that care, people that have no idea what to do because things have been taken into their lives that they have no control over. So I'm asking the city to please get us a dumpster there, to please think about what we can do as far as with the people there. A lot of them can't go to a shelter for different reasons, and I'd be one of them. And I've talked to Mr. Rogers about it, and he understands. But I'm one of many people that are out there that do have these issues. We do understand that some of them just don't care, and they keep doing what they're doing, and, you know, we can't control those issues. If they don't want to be part of it, then you guys can deal with it, and they can go to, you know, whatever happens, happens. That's not my issue. What the issue is the people that do care, that want to be part of something, that want to go forward in their lives. My wife works. I'm on disability. I worked for the county for over a year. We can't afford the rent right now. We can't afford it. Roommates, there's many issues, but I'm just one of many people out there that's like this. So I'm asking that we figure this out, because right now a bunch of people that are there are not feeling safety-wise, and if anything, anybody knows there's reasons why. But we've got to get these people safe, so thank you for everybody involved. I appreciate it, and I hope we get this resolved.
Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt. He'll be followed by Charles Metz.
I'd like to use the overhead. I'm in the correct flow. This is public appearances, right? Just double checking. I want to be off topic. So, get this lined up here. It's the technology, not me. I'm ready. All right. There we go. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt from Santa Rosa now, and a proud student from the junior college also, where today they were holding their meeting, and their most recent newspaper pointed out that they have homeless students who are struggling to stay in school at the same time try to find a place to live. These are difficult times for us, but I know that we can work together to solve these issues. Ooh, didn't want to see what I had next. But what it was about, the next thing, was the income limits here in the county. Extremely low income is $18,000. Very low, $30,000. That's what a lot of people are making, actually. And it might surprise you, but that's considered poor. So I wanted to show you something that was from Oakland. These were some apartments and housing units in Oakland designed back in 2013. I helped with the designs on these, and we talked about how to help people get into this type of housing. And basically, if the picture comes up, the next one's even better. Because what it's about is having multi-story buildings. And you could be doing this along Sebastopol Road, not just two-story buildings. You could be having a number of nice spots here in close to the downtown core area that could be anywhere from 3 to perhaps as tall as 14 stories to help with our housing issues. Now, I know you're going to say, well, hey, you know, we can't find somebody to do that. Well, you offer them incentives. In this case, it would be the parking lots, the surface level parking areas that you have. And you get with these development people who deal with what are called real estate investment trusts. You got one here, a guy local, Mr. Futrell, the future of Futrell Land. He gets a lot of stuff done. You could get with people like that and get these tall buildings in. And so I don't want to belabor the point, but we've been talking about this for over 20 years. So now is the time to actually reach forward and say we're going to do it different. There was a housing subcommittee in the past. I hear now it might not be there. And I believe that as part of your downtown subcommittee, you need to have housing be one of the main topics, not just parking, all right? You got plenty of parking spaces. What we need is a place for people to rest their head, shelter from the storm. Last night's storm got a lot of people wet, especially those people in that homeless camp over in Roseland. That's becoming a public health issue. And you know, they're camping upon a brownfield contaminated site that has vapors coming up and has kept the county from finishing its project. So that's a liability in a sense for their health. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be looked into. I know you can do it though. I have faith in the Santa Rosa City Council. Thank you.
Charles Metz, followed by Kay Ward.
I'm right here. Do I start now? Can you hear me?
1 second, we don't have the microphone on yet.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
My computer just went blank. Okay. I'm speaking on the need for short-term ADUs and JADUs. The ADU ordinance banning short-term stays has come very suddenly. I know in 2016, almost half of the TOT collected in the county came from vacation rentals where the owner's off premises and hosted rentals where the owner is in premise. Yet, when this ordinance was being crafted, shouldn't those who've been faithfully paying vacation rental TOT received in the mail written notification, maybe with their TOT forms, that such changes were being considered and invite their comments? During the Tubbs fire, vacation and hosted rentals in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County offer immediate lodging for relief workers, firefighters, PG&E workers, claims adjusters. And as reconstruction begins, we're going to need places for out-of-town workers to stay who want to go back to their families on the weekends. Where are they going to stay if short-term housing is not an option anymore? Short-term rentals also provide an economical housing option to many more normal short-term situations, like traveling medical professionals, doctors, nurses, x-ray techs seeking lodging less than 30 days. I know people who rent out ADUs to college students during the fall and winter. Then when the student leaves during the summer, they host short-term guests to help pay their bills until they can host college students again in the fall. If you outlaw short-term ADUs, where are the college students going to stay when they come back? I think it's great the city is cutting the cost of building an ADU, but it's still expensive to build one. For some middle to low income families, offering short-term stay is really the only way they can afford the high cost of building an ADU in Santa Rosa, yet still provide the family the ability to use it on an as-needed basis for a returning college student, a visiting relative, when the family needs, or when a family needs someone to stay in a place of emergency. Vacation rentals that are ADUs or JADUs are essentially hosted rentals because the owner is nearby on the same premises if a need arises. I encourage the council to consider lifting the ban on short-term ADUs so people who live and work in the city on a short-term basis can have a place to stay. And middle to low-income families who want to build an ADU can afford to build one by renting it out short-term, yet have the flexibility to use it themselves as their need changes. Now here's my mother-in-law.
Thank you for having me in tonight. My name is Kay Bontillo Ward. I was born in Santa Rosa and attended St. Rose Elementary School and Ursuline High School. After high school, I attended San Jose State University, married, and lived in Sunnyvale for 30 years. My parents, Ward and Kath Bontillo, purchased our family residence at 1312 15th Street in 1935. In 1945, there was a polio epidemic in town. Parents were told to keep their kids out of the city parks. My parents built a separate back house that housed a pool table, a pump organ, a pinball machine, and a heater. In front of the house, there was a slab of cement the size of a swimming pool. It was used for volleyball, basketball, tennis, backboard, shuffleboard, roller skating, and all sorts of outdoor sports. That building was enjoyed by many, many students and also adults in Santa Rosa. After my parents' death, my husband and I moved back to my family home. In 1997, one of our sons had an accident in San Luis Obispo and became a quadriplegic. We then converted one of the back house into a handicap unit. Our son does not live there permanently, but he is able to visit and have a short vacation. In 2016, after having tendon surgery, I was enabled to go up and down stairs, and our house is a two-story house. It's an 1880 barn. I then moved out to the handicap unit and now live there permanently. I'm happy to be able to stay in the family home, but with every family old home, there are many, many repairs to be done. In 2017, I joined Airbnb. I rent out the main house and I live in the back house. This has helped tremendously. The repairs are getting done. For an example, last week I had a gas leak in the living room in the fireplace. This is an expense I had not planned on, but was able to follow through and get it fixed thanks to Airbnb. I've met most delightful people through Airbnb. They come from New York, Canada, Los Angeles, everywhere. They enjoy our city, and they take part in the activities the city has to offer. I've paid my TOT tax, and I've been able to enjoy life more myself. This is just an example of how our back house has changed over the years, just as the years change and we change. Thank you.
Thank you. Merlin Davis, followed by Fred Krueger.
Awesome timing, yeah. Let's get people in here for the short term to enjoy our local scenery and stuff. That's great. And meanwhile, people can make some rent. Nice chunk of change. And simultaneously, there's people suffering frostbite out there on the streets. And every vacation rental that people are renting out for a short time to make a little change is not counted in the vacant space that we could be using to house people who are suffering and dying. Shame on you people. We've got a state of emergency. You just extended it. And I hope you keep that in mind in the following year. This is your priority. We have a state of emergency. People are suffering. People are dying. People couldn't afford to rent before this crisis. People were losing their houses, their homes, because things were so expensive. It's impossible to live here with the salaries that people earn. Now it's even harder. We shouldn't be applauding people for renting out space to make a profit. On a slightly different subject, but very related, things aren't working here. Things aren't working in our housing. Things aren't working on our streets. We've got people who you've put badges on walking the streets with free rein to beat people and murder them. We've got a housing crisis. We've got environmental crises. We've got to change the way we do things. And I would like to appeal to you, because I know this is a systemic problem. It isn't just simply due to your personal actions in this position on the City Council. It's a systemic problem, but there's no room in that system to change the way we do it. So you've got to use your personal initiative to try to change this system. Please do what you can to enable local community councils to make the decisions that need to be made in our neighborhoods, in the places we live, in the places that people are camping, everywhere that we can, so that we can make the differences and we can practice true democracy. Thank you.
Fred Krueger, followed by Sheridan Peterson.
Good afternoon. As I've listened to all the comments, we can see that we have both a population problem as it grows, but a corresponding infrastructure problem. And it's got a number of dimensions to it. But the lessons of Asia, where populations grow and people are forced into tighter and tighter quarters, is that we need a change in our ethos and our ethics. We need to accommodate more cramped conditions. But we see the manifestation of this growth in several different ways. If we look at traffic, our streets are already congested. To give you an example, 10 years ago we had a draft EIR for the Stony Point, Sebastopol area for a proposed Walmart, and that was refused because the population was already too congested. The traffic on the streets, it had a level of service of F at that time, and yet that has never been addressed. So that at that time, for Sebastopol Road, traffic during peak hours was moving at about 3 miles an hour, and on Hearn Avenue at 3.3. And we couldn't handle more growth. Nothing has been done in the ensuing 10 years to address that. We've got a park problem in Roseland. We've got now 18,000 citizens. We've got 23 acres of park, whereas the city charter mandates 6 acres per 1,000 people, of which 1/2 of that can be outside the city. But we're still terribly underparked, and yet parks help reduce police services. They calm the neighborhood. You have to be intentional about addressing that need of parks. We've got a climate problem on the horizon, which is going to impact water supplies. How are we addressing that? That's part of the population problem because we put too much carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. But we have got to prepare for reduced water supplies, for changes in the way that we use energy. These are the challenges that you face, and we don't see them being addressed now. So that's my message. We need an infrastructure that's more intentionally designed for higher population growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheridan Peterson, followed by Bob Hanson.
My name is Sheridan Peterson.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson, please speak into the microphone. You've got 3 minutes to address the council.
And I'm very, very sorry that Julia Combs and Jack Tibbetts are not here. I see that John Sawyers is here, but I know that where he stands. We all know that he stands with the realtors, with landowners. But we're very surprised to read this article.
Mr. Peterson, please speak into the microphone.
Tenant protest plan stalled. It's really surprising to read this article. And I'd like to address the people.
They can hear you if you speak into the microphone.
Because I don't feel that a lot of you really are listening. You've turned me off already. But I think the people are listening. And I'm really surprised at this article. I had so much confidence and faith in Ms. Combs. And I wanted to talk to her, and she's not here. And Jack Tibbet. I always thought that they were for the people, that they were for the poor, the people trying to struggle to pay their rent. And they said, well, we took the advice of our lawyer. Where is their lawyer? Who is he? Did anyone elect him? No, they elected Ms. Combs on her advice, not on some lawyer. And but other city officials said the 15 instance of federal subsidized Section 8 housing contracts being terminated did not represent higher rate than before the fire. That is, I got to think of a proper word, because that is utter baloney. Ronit Rubinoff, Executive Director of Legal Aid to Sonoma County. Legal Aid. There's another joke. I went with my caregiver who gets $13 an hour, and she works every hour she can because she paid $1,100 rent. And the other day, they told her they were evicting her. Who was evicting? Alliance Property Management was evicting everyone in the apartment. Get them out of here. We want to get people who can pay higher rents. There are plenty of them here. What does Amelia do? What does she do? She has to go to Reno. And and so she doesn't have any money. She's a single mom. She has 2 teenage daughters. And they're kind of spoiled. So she has a big problem. And
Mr. Peterson, I need you to wrap up, please.
What?
I need you to wrap up. Your 3 minutes are done.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to know how it is that people I voted for are taking the advice of an attorney that we've never known or heard of.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
What?
Thank you.
Is that it?
That is your time, yes. Bob Hanson.
Good evening, everybody. At a time when our city's quality of life, the very direction of our city is being challenged by the construction agenda of our city council, our public media channel was defunded. An argument provided by Mr. McHenry, an argument that nobody in the audience could hear a word the man said, and where our interim city attorney refused to answer questions from 3 of our city council members. Our public media channel was defunded because they were providing information that our city council and our county board of supervisors did not want provided to the city, to the public. Their annual budget was $225,000 a year. 8 people on our public media channel were fired because of alleged misuse of public funds. Now we have a public media project under control of an outfit in Seattle. Airtime is spotty. Relevant information given to the public, 0. Our city council is approving 5,000 homes in our city. 5,000 homes we do not have the infrastructure and we do not have the ability to guarantee a water supply for. Yet no mention of this is on our public media project. I've tried to bring up City View for the last month. Dead airtime. When it is online, pretty pictures of vineyards in Santa Rosa, but no relevant information being provided to the public. I have to question the direction of our city council. 5,000 new homes in our city that is going to negatively impact the quality of life for every citizen in our city. You can't tell me that 5,000 new homes is going to improve our life, is going to improve the beauty of our city. It's time the public, through participation and oversight of our city council and county board of supervisors, starts addressing this problem. 5,000 homes will be approved and under construction before the next election, before it's even presented to the public on the ballot where it should be. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment on non-agenda matters. We'll move on to report items. Before we do, I want to let the audience know that the council is going to take a dinner break of about 20 to 30 minutes before our public hearings. So if you're here for items 16.1 or 16.2, just be aware of that. 15.1, Mr. McGlynn.
Item 15.1, report fiscal year 2016-17 Measure O annual report. Deputy Director Alan Alton presenting.
Mayor Corsi, members of the City Council. The agenda item before you now request that the City Council accept the fiscal year 2016-17 Measure O annual report. In November 2004, the Santa Rosa citizens approved a quarter-cent special sales tax for police, fire, and gang prevention and intervention programs. This is commonly referred to as Measure O. There are several requirements in the ordinance that went along with that sales tax that includes the creation of a 7-member citizen oversight committee and the production of an annual report each year. On December 6, 2017, the Measure O Citizen Oversight Committee received the fiscal year 2016-17 annual report and voted 6-0 with 1 vacancy to recommend forwarding the report to the City Council for formal acceptance. For this presentation, I'll provide a brief background of the programs and the funding breakdown and an overview of the 3 Measure O fund balances. The police, fire, and violence prevention programs will follow with brief presentation of their programs. And then after those, I'll invite the Measure O Oversight Committee Chair to come up and give some comments. So the revenue for Measure O is split into 3 special revenue funds. Pursuant to the ordinance, the revenue is split by formula with 40% going to police, 40% going to fire, and 40% going to 20% going to gang prevention and intervention programs. Since the measure's inception, the terminology for gang prevention and intervention has changed to be violence prevention, so you'll see that going forward. The violence prevention programs are managed by the Recreation and Parks Department and the Office of Community Engagement. Measure O as a whole is doing well financially. Each fund has a positive fund balance, and expenditures are, for the most part, in line, they are in line with revenues. The fund balances for each fund can be used for one-time items going forward, but they can only be used for the Measure O programs. And they need to be compliant with the purposes and uses that are defined in the ordinance. Next slide shows provides historical context of the revenues and expenditures since its inception. And as you can see, the green line representing the revenues and the bar chart representing the expenditures, for the most part, minus the rather large dip for the recession, we do keep in line with revenues. Our expenditures keep in line with revenues. You'll notice that in 2014-15 there's a slight increase there that went along with a payment that was made for the Fountain Grove Station 5. So that was one of those areas where we purposely used some fund balance. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the police, fire, and violence prevention programs. They're going to give a brief presentation. It would be appropriate to ask any questions that would come up to them during that time. Do you want me to?
Sure. Mayor, council members, Chief of Police Hank Schrader. The Measure O in the police department promotes, or actually supports, positions in the department. As you can see from the budget, a vast majority of money goes towards salaries, benefits, and supplies and services. And there's a history line for the police department. The reserves in Measure O actually supported the police department during the economic downturn during 08-09. And the positions are spread over 2 divisions within the police department. Our field service division, which is our uniformed staff. And you can see that listed here, including 12 police officers and managers. And then in our technical service division, which is our records and dispatch center. These are some of the results that result from having those positions in place, but I think the bigger benefit for the Measure O is having those positions supported by Measure O allows us to do programming that isn't necessarily listed here in this presentation, but the department can engage in some of those things because we have staff and patrol functions.
Council, any questions for the chief at this point? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, I'm Deputy Fire Chief Bill Shubin with Santa Rosa Fire Department. I'm going to let our new ASO, Jim Arin, give the financials for our Measure O, and I'll step in and finish it out.
Good evening. I'm Jim Arin, the Administrative Service Officer for Fire. Just briefly, I want to go over the expenditures. As you can see, 78% of our expenditures have been spent on salary and benefits. That's the lion's share of what we spend on. Another 11% is down at the bottom where it says transfer out. That's for debt service for funding one of our fire stations. And the rest of the percentages are made up of vehicle expenses and a few other minor things. The $3.2 million expenditure is about $53,000 lower than it was last year. So we try to stay pretty steady. We're building up slowly. Fund balance, as you saw, in the hope that we're going to have enough then to build another fire station, and that's our plan with that additional money. The revenue and expenditures since inception, you'll see there on our line. Most of the time, you will notice that the green is higher than the expenditures. That's why we've ended up with a $2.4 million fund balance right now for the potential fire station. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Shubin.
All right, Measure O has afforded the fire department 10 positions in fire suppression, 4 of which are fire captains, 3 fire engineers, 3 firefighters, and partially funded a battalion chief to manage the program, the paramedic program. In addition, they have paramedic incentives for 6 of our firefighters to take our ladder trucks up to paramedic abilities. So the positive impacts to Measure O to the fire service at this point are the 10 FTEs we talked about and the partially funded fire battalion chief. But what it's done is also allowed us to place paramedics on 3 of our fire engines and 2 of our ladder trucks, which now affords us 100% paramedics on all of our apparatus that are first due. This has improved response times for us. It's reduced fire loss. Patient outcome is improved, and it also allows us to have 10 more people out there doing community outreach. In 2008, we bought the property, an old commercial building tilt-up off of Corporate Center Parkway. We opened up Fire Station 10, which now houses a fire administration. In 2011, we procured property through Measure O on Lewis Road, which we opened up a Fire Station 11 in 2009. And in 2015, we opened up Station 5 on Newgate Court, and we know the story to that one. So a little backstory here is we're going to open up a temporary facility on an old property on Parker Hill Road, the old fire station, as we rebuild our new fire station on Newgate Court. Measure has also afforded the fire department command vehicles for 3 of my battalion chiefs. It has 2 Type 1 fire engines and a brush rig you see there on the lower left corner, as well as a trailer to house all of our swiftwater rescue equipment for the wintertime. Any questions?
Council, questions? Thank you very much.
Mayor Corsi, council members, Jason Carter with the Violence Prevention Partnership.
Serena Lino with the Violence Prevention Partnership as well. All right, good evening. I'll start off with providing a financial update about the Violence Prevention Partnership in the Office of Community Engagement, as well as for Recreation and Parks. So as you know, we share the fund, the Violence Prevention Fund, with Recreation and Parks, and overall we have 9 full-time employees that are funded through Measure O, which we're very grateful for. We also, with the partnership, we have one limited term position that is fully funded by a state grant that we had that actually recently just expired, but is 100% offset by that particular grant, but actually is housed within the partnerships fund as well. Overall, the salaries and benefits support either the administration of the partnership and the Choice Grant Program, or with Recreation and Parks, they provide the direct services in the community. And one of the things about Recreation and Parks that we'd like to point out is that with the salaries and benefits, that represents, it doesn't really provide a true picture of what actually is happening, because they have many seasonal temporary employees that represent about over 15,000 direct service hours. So in addition to the full-time and permanent employees that are funded through Measure O, there's a whole host of other temporary staff that are also gaining valuable work experience opportunities as well. And then additionally, with the services and supplies, it's for basic operating costs in Recreation and Parks to operate the programs out in the community. And then within the Office of Community Engagement in fiscal year 16-17, Council had approved some one-time funding expenditures. And so that's why it's a slightly higher than what we typically have and what we typically trend to spend. And then, of course, we have the Choice Grant Program within the Office of Community Engagement as well. And that's about it for finances.
So the Violence Prevention Partnership continues our alignment with several community initiatives, Health Actions Cradle to Career, Upstream Investments, the Funder Circle Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, and also Keeping Kids in School Committee. Our annual Gang Prevention Awareness Week is a series of 7 community engagement events, which you know. One of them in particular is a parent training that we held in Roseland. A parent actually came up to us last year and said, you know, how come this isn't in our neighborhood? The Violence Prevention Partnership and the City of Santa Rosa responded and created Parent Engagement Month, which we kicked off in April of 2017. We also awarded over 62,000 in mini grants and, of course, completed our strategic plan. A key note for our mission and vision of the new strategic plan is really focusing on where we're going versus what we're trying to prevent. And then as far as the focus areas under the programs, for the first time, the Violence Prevention Partnership is focusing on school readiness. So we're very excited about aligning with Upstream Investments and other county and state initiatives. Student engagement and truancy prevention, workforce development and readiness, and of course place-based strategies, meaning we want to make sure that we're impacting the impacted neighborhoods as identified in the Community Safety Scorecard. If you look at some of the accomplishments of the partnership for last year, 2 in particular I want to highlight. 33 youth were connected to school, which actually is a savings of $315,000 annually for schools. And also the 59 youth with prior arrests that were not rearrested is a savings of over $400,000 monthly. So those, in addition to our actual investments that the city is making into the agencies, we're also saving schools and taxpayers additional money as well. And our Guiding People Successfully program, it's a referral program where we fund 3 agencies to provide pro-social activities, in-home mental health counseling for both youth and the parent, and also work readiness training. 2 key highlights that I want to mention tonight is 1, we actually fund Social Advocates for Youth to do work readiness training for youth, and then to provide paid internships. And 3 of the paid interns were actually placed in city departments, in our water, human resources, in our planning and economic development department. Also, on the right side, where it says 84 of 95 youth had no new offense after receiving GPS services for 3 months. These are, the 95 youth were already on probation, already had 1 offense. So these are high-risk youth that we're dealing with. And we felt that was a huge success for the city of Santa Rosa. And now we're going to transition to Rec and Parks.
Good evening, council members. Kelly Magnuson with the Recreation and Parks Department, and I'm here to talk about how Measure O benefits the neighborhood services section of the Recreation and Parks Department. We have a slide here that's showing 3 different categories. We have our sports programs that are happening out in the community in at-risk areas, and then we have our community programs, which is our after-school sites that are in underserved neighborhoods, but that also includes our special events for families that we host on special occasions. And then our Recreation Sensation program is our summer full-day program that's happening out at school sites in at-risk neighborhoods. And I just wanted to highlight that 30% of our temporary seasonal staff, like Serena mentioned, are usually recruited right from the neighborhoods that we serve. So we're really proud of that statistic. And also last year we started a new work experience program for middle-aged students. So they come into our programs and they actually get work experience volunteering in our programs. So I wanted to conclude my presentation with a short little 3-minute video that our staff produced to show you this evening. So I'm hoping I can get it started up here.
Before you continue, can I confirm that those are middle school students and not middle-aged students?
Did I say middle-aged? Middle school.
That's a relief.
Neighborhood Services is a section of Recreation and Parks that provides low-cost, affordable recreational programs to families in need in Santa Rosa. And the emphasis is to reduce youth delinquency, gang activity, just by giving kids something positive to do, a positive setting they can learn and grow, be exposed to positive role models. And we want to set them on that right path of going to college, getting a job, not getting involved in gang activity, drug use, alcohol use, teen pregnancy.
For me, right after school, it was definitely something I used to spend my time a lot. It was something I looked forward to. And in certain areas, these programs are necessary because we work in high-risk areas. So programs like this, for me, kept me out of trouble and gave me something alternative to do after school.
It's a safe space where kids can come, get help on their homework, play games, play sports outside, be exposed to positive role models.
We're exposing them to creative activities and different activities that they might not be able to do at home. There's a lot of potential activities to take these kids to the next level.
She likes it because first it was a different network of kids, so she feels really welcome. It's kids similar like income levels, neighborhoods, all that, so she feels really safe. It's an opportunity that otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford.
You're just around a bunch of amazing people, a bunch of nice coaches that want to help you each and every practice and every game.
She was scared at first, and now she loves it. She doesn't feel like, I can't do it. Now she feels like even if she tries, she can do it.
To provide our youth with a safe space to learn and grow and become the best people they can be. This is done through the activities we run, whether it's physical activities or academic activities, but we're really trying to get kids to use their bodies and use their minds and expand their social skills and give them that self-confidence to feel that they're worth it, that they can pursue higher education or pursue a career, make positive life choices.
Escape. That's the end. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, Jason, just as a quick point of clarification on slide 25, the year one outcomes, you have statistics on here like 59 youth with prior arrests were not rearrested. That implies to me that there's sort of a baseline number. And are you telling us that from that baseline number, you're seeing an increase of, or I guess a decrease of 59 individuals that were not rearrested that prior to your baseline would have been? Is that correct?
Correct. Through Measure O choice-funded agencies.
Just in the future, if we could see sort of a graph or some form of information about what that baseline is. Things like the 33 youth that were reconnected to school sounds great, but it also helps to have some context of prior to programs, what were we seeing in that avenue as well. It looks good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any cards on this, Ms. Gomez? All right. Who has this one? Any final questions or comments?
Are we getting one more presenter? Measure O oversight.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I do have a question at the very end.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Mraz, I didn't want to leave you out there.
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to serve in this committee. During the last meeting, we had the opportunity to ask questions, have discussions and clarifications with all the departments involved. And you can see all 6 of the members unanimously felt that this report should be accepted as it is. And we hope that you feel the same way. And basically, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwedhelm?
Yes, so I had a question. It's probably for the city manager, and you may not know the answer, but I'm more interested in the process. And the reason it concerns me, just with the great presentation and what a benefit to the community this has been, the sole source of the revenue is sales tax. As we heard from the fires, other communities have experienced significant drops in sales tax. At what point would the city council be engaged or understand the process about how we're going to be managing some of these impacts that we don't know yet?
Well, again, that's what we're trying to figure out. You know, sales tax is a very particular animal in and of itself. What you can't really understand is what happened to those dollars. You know, we can look at potentially the revenue loss associated with the 31 businesses, which we're starting to ascertain. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that sales tax has left the community per se. So we're going to be going through a process. I believe we're going to have a mid-year report in February. And at that point, we'll have a better glimpse leading into budget, the formal budget process of what we're seeing in terms of actual impacts to the sales tax at that point.
Great. Thank you. That was the only question I had. Do you want me to read the item too, or are there others?
I just want to say I appreciate this report. It is amazing what a quarter-cent sales tax can do. This was voters' decision to tax themselves in 2004. I think it expires in 2024, is that right? Unless we're told otherwise. But, you know, this is often seen as a public safety measure, but it's a lot more than that. And the benefits do spread throughout the community, from small kids to people who live closer to a fire station now because we've done this. So thank you for the report. And if there are no other comments, I'll put it back in Mr. Schwedhelm's hand.
Thank you. And I would also like to echo my compliments, because this really I see as an investment in our future. And having been involved with this funding in the way we've prioritized it, I think the city is getting much better and much more efficient, listening to the community and then reinvesting those dollars where they're most in need of the community. And I know it's one of those challenging things to say, where would we be without Measure O? It's predicting what would have been without it. But I think currently staff is all over this, and I appreciate the Measure O oversight being involved in those conversations. So it's a great use of this wonderful community resource. So with that, I'd make a motion to accept the Measure O annual report for fiscal year 2016-2017.
Second.
Your votes, please. That passes with 5 ayes. Thanks again. Moving on to 15.2.
So 15.2, a little repeat performance. Report Measure O, Cycle 9 Choice Grant Program Funding Recommendations. I see I have Kalua Barnes sitting next to me, so I assume she's going to lead off before Jason and Serena pick it up.
Mayor Corsi, City Council members. I'm Kalua Barnes, the Director of Community Engagement, and I'm actually just doing the opener here for the Program Manager, Jason Carter, and Serena Leno, to talk more about it. But it really builds on Councilmember Sweatholm's comment about the fact that Measure O is much broader than just safety. And so this is actually a presentation about how the significant amount of grant funding through the Choice Program actually goes out into the community. So Jason.
Mayor Corsi, council members, what a great transition, whoever designed the agenda, great job. So I just want to talk briefly about some of the background. We're very excited to continue the Measure O funding support and the investment into the city, along with police, fire, and rec and parks. You can see some of the process overview. The due date for our RFQ was actually November 16th, and interesting enough, in the beginning, we had a different cash match requirement, but some of our nonprofit partners actually came to us and they were concerned that some of their other funding sources were actually being used for disaster recovery, and so we actually made it a little bit more flexible to where we said 50% cash or in kind, which greatly assisted them in funding and applying for our Choice Measure O grants. This is the second time that we've had 2-year funding cycles, and of course it's the second year is contingent upon a few of the factors and discretion of the city manager. And for the first time, again, that I mentioned earlier, school readiness is a component of the Violence Prevention Partnership, so we're very excited about that. In a moment, we're going to have a school readiness partner, Angie Dillenshore from First Five, she's executive director, speak about some of the process of how we got to the grant recommendations. And as always, we've had a comprehensive review process. The partnership always prioritizes the process to defend the outcomes. And this is our grant review team. We wanted to make sure that we were picking people that were invested in the work that we do, but also for multiple sectors. So we had, for the first time, a community advisory board member as part of our grant review team. We had a youth that's also an intern with the County of Sonoma as part of our review team. And these are some of the numbers. With over $700,000 in available funding, we had $1.9 million in funding requests. Of course, we'd love to fund everyone, but we are excited that the grant review team did decide on 9 agencies, and these are them. So for the first time, 2 programs for the first time are being funded by Choice, which is the Community Child Care Council of Sonoma County, which again aligns with our school readiness component of the strategic plan, and land paths as well. And these are 4 more agencies that are being funded. And we wanted to, at this time, invite Angie Dillenshore, who again is the First Five executive director, just to speak about her perspective on the grant review team process and how we came to where we are today. Here's Angie.
Good evening, council members, vice mayor, and mayor. So I'm also a member of the Violence Prevention Partnership Policy team, so I wanted to mention that as well. This year was the second cycle that I've had the honor of being part of the proposal review and funding recommendations process for the Choice program. And decisions about funding are never easy. They're always a bit arduous. It's impossible to be 100% objective. But I have to say that having participated in a lot of grant proposal review processes over the years, and speaking as a funder myself, I am just so impressed with the integrity, the consistency, and fairness that staff has built into the Measure O Choice Program review process. And I do want to give a shout out to Serena for really over the years building that. it's a model process in my opinion. So these standards, I would really like the council to be assured and have confidence that those standards support the committee's recommendations. And I am very excited about the school readiness being part of the partnership strategic plan at this point, and that some school readiness programs are funded through the grant program this year. This is a testament that we are actually walking our talk when it comes to upstream investments, when we put actual resources towards early childhood and school readiness. I'm probably preaching to the choir when we know that improving the chance for a young child to be successful in kindergarten is proven by research to be one of the most powerful ways to prevent crime, engaging in crime, violence, and a lot of other hardships down the road. So again, I'm very honored to be part of the review process, and I look forward to the ongoing work with the partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. And so our ask tonight is to adopt the funding recommendations of the grant review team for Cycle 9 of the Measure O Choice Grant Program for calendar years 2018-2019 and direct the city manager or designee to enter into funding agreements with approved providers, and authorize the city manager or designee to approve and execute the funding agreements and amendments with Choice Cycle 9 funded agencies, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney.
Council, are there any questions on this? Do we have any cards on this? All right. Thank you very much. Good job. I've sat on that review panel before. I know it's a difficult process, but I agree with Ms. Dillenshore that it's rigorous and very well managed. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I too want to thank staff, and in particular, I want to thank you for including the Community Advisory Board this year. I think when we talk about what we try to do in the community, that level of integration and showing that it's not just a public safety issue is really important and has been a really successful change for us. So with that, I'm going to introduce the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa adopting the funding recommendations of the grant review team for Cycle 9 of the Choice Grant Program for fiscal years 2018-2019 and granting authority to the city manager to approve and execute funding agreements and waive further reading of the
second. Your votes? That passes with 5 ayes.
And I just would like to congratulate Serena on her promotion. Serena will be becoming the ASO in the Planning and Economic Development Department. Congratulations, Serena.
Thank you.
Before we go to the next item, I just want to announce again that the council is going to take a dinner break after this item and before the public hearings. 15.4. I'm sorry, 15.3.
Item 15.3, report, Community Advisory Board update on the Capital Improvement Program, Community Outreach and Input Process, and the Community Improvement Grants Program. And once again, I will turn it over to Kalua to introduce everybody else.
Kalua Barnes, Director of Community Engagement. And for this item, we've actually got the Chair of the Community Advisory Board, Cherie Barnett. There's 2 names. Cherie Barnett, and then Danielle Runhausen, who's actually the Community Engagement Coordinator. And this presentation is about the most recent cycle of the CAB Improvement Grants Program, Community Improvement Grants.
In addition, it's also about the outcomes of the community feedback on capital improvement program budget priorities. So starting with the community feedback to the CAB on capital improvement program priorities, as you may know, the CAB's role in the CIP is really to help develop and facilitate the community outreach process by offering a minimum of 4 community meetings for the community to provide their input on CIP budget priorities. So this year, the CAB scheduled 5 community open house events throughout the city. 2 had been scheduled for October, and unfortunately those did not happen, so we only completed 3 of those. But in order to prepare and invite as many people as possible to these events, the CAB and the Office of Community Engagement engaged in a variety of different outreach strategies for these open houses, which included using our social media accounts, doing Gov Delivery email blasts, using our department's newsletters and our website, different pages on our website. We also did face-to-face contact where we handed out over 5,000 flyers and door hangers to residents and businesses throughout Santa Rosa. In addition to that, the CAB tabled at many community events this summer and provided those flyers to people at those events, and also attended community meetings throughout the city to invite individuals at those particular meetings to attend the open houses. And in addition, we also had print and radio advertisements as well. And so now I'm going to hand it over to Cherie, who will give the outcomes of the community open houses.
So we hosted 3 open houses. The first was held in August, then following up in September. The first one was at the downtown Santa Rosa Library in August. We held our second one, Finley Community Center, in September, and then at the Rincon Valley Library also in September. In total, we had 119 people in attendance, open to discussion with staff time and an ability for them to ask questions, which is why we switched the format to an open house. All major public-facing departments had a table at each of the open houses. The city clerk had set up a table for information on district elections. We also had an opportunity for people to put their voting priorities for CIP. The public were able to ask questions. And they were also able to do prioritized voting on top-tier issues that they felt for the city. The results were areas of concern. Housing came out on top, followed by street pavement and bike paths. We also had an opportunity for additional public input, opportunities for people to write questions or to leave public comment in each of these, and that data was also captured at these open houses. The recommendations that came from these events were to continue with the open house format. We got a lot of positive feedback from the residents who did come to these. Utilize social media, in particular the Nextdoor app, and find a way to expand on the email distribution for outreach. Use already existing events and meetings, prime example being the Wednesday night market, as another way to gather additional feedback from when we have the open houses.
All right. Moving right along to the Community Improvement Grant Program, another of CAB's responsibilities is to oversee the issuance of a public grant application solicitation in May and acceptance of applications in July. The board, in a notice public meeting during the months of August and September, shall review all grant applications submitted and make decisions on awards. So a little bit of background on the community improvement grants. So there have been no new funds added to the CAB's grant budget since fiscal year 2007-2008. As of 2016, all funding for those grants moved from district accounts into one lumped grant account. Last year, fiscal year 2016-17, the CAB approved 14 projects with a total of $13,152 being awarded to the community. And this year, the CAB decided to increase the project maximum from $1,000 to $5,000 per project. And again, just like with the open house series, the CAB implemented a variety of outreach strategies to reach people, to let them know about the application opportunity. They tabled at a variety of different events over the summer, including the Wednesday night market, live at Juilliard Park, the Rose and Cinco de Mayo Community Festival, and others. And in addition to that, we also had a full-page ad in the Press Democrat this year and also utilized our social media accounts as well. And now I'll hand it back to Cherie.
The results for this year's community improvement grants were 48 applications were received. Significant increase in applicants with that increase of the amount of up to $5,000. We received $180,237 in requested funds for the grants. Out of the process, 9 projects were chosen, totaling $31,483.38. At this point, funds for community improvement grants through the Community Advisory Board, that fund is now exhausted. All right. Last but not least, okay. To give you an overview of the 48 applications that were received, they are all reviewed through staff. Then the applications come to the to CAB. Presentations are scheduled in August and September. In August, staff determined the amount of funding that we would have available. And then going forward, at our final grant meeting, next one. Sorry. All right. We made our determinations at the conclusion of the applications presentations. Recommendations for improvement. Align the grant cycle with the annual budget process for the fiscal year 2019-2020. Application process to be clarified to identify and eliminate non-qualifying grants from the CAB consideration, which would require an update to Resolution 28686. Refine eligibility standards and requirements for grant applicants.
All right. So that concludes our report out on those 2 items. And today we would like to recommend that the Office of Community Engagement and Community Advisory Board recommends that the City Council, by motion, accept the report on the Community Improvement Grant Program and receive the report on the outreach process for community input on the Capital Improvement Program.
Thank you. Council, are there questions at this point? Seeing none, I'll go to public comment. Eric Fraser, followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
Hello?
Go ahead and use the toggle switch down on the right to lift up the...
Oh, sure. Thank you. Thanks so much. Mayor Corsi and the rest of the City Council, hello. I don't come up here to stand in opposition to this report at all, but being a participant in it, I felt that there was a little deficiency in the report. And I think it's important if this report is going forward as a public document so that people, when they retrieve it and they learn about the activities of CAB and also the community improvement grant process, that they understand that there's a little bit more to it than what is being offered up in this report. And I think it's really a good opportunity for all of us to have a learning experience here. Some of the notes that I've made, certainly there's process issues, so it's sort of ironic to hear about the grant process in Measure O and how robust it is, where this one seems to be still trying to find its feet. There doesn't seem to be a lot of transparency over the process of the CIG grants. It seems to change quite a bit, and so if you're a participant, you'll hear one story, and then in actuality, in the process, things change. So that's not really fair. As a participant, I really liked hearing about all the other organizations that were applying for grants, and I couldn't help but think that as also a business owner, how I'd like to support them, and I wanted to learn more. And so even in this report, not to really hear about all those organizations, all the other organizations that submitted grants, they spent a lot of time on that, and it's worthwhile. And why isn't that included in the report? Because certainly these organizations are going to be looking for funding, especially now where funding, I think, is a lot more difficult for the nonprofit community. A couple of the other things that were missing from the report were past performance metrics. We really don't know. From what I understand, past grants, some of them are redeemed, some of them aren't. I don't know the success rate. I've heard things as low as 25% to as around 50% of grants that are awarded are actually the applicant or the awardee requests those funds from a completed process or a project. So I certainly don't begrudge any of organizations that won. And certainly with a board like this, these are all volunteers, and they're working their tails off, especially on the open houses. I have to think that they're just sort of a surrogate for what district elections might solve. Their role seems to be evolving and changing, and I'm not sure the implications of that. And that's why I feel that there should be a little bit more deeper perspective in these reports than what we're offered. But other than that, kudos to everybody that's involved. I really appreciate it, and certainly appreciate the spirit of the volunteer service that they bring to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt.
Yes, sir. I'll speak from up here, if I may. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt.
Just 1 second. There you go.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I wanted to thank the members of the community engagement group for what their efforts are. I wanted to second on some of the things the previous speaker just had said. This is because a few years ago, a group that I worked with out in Roseland was able to secure a $1,000 grant to help build a fence at Southwest Community Park. After we had done the match, which is the requirement, and we found labor and materials to build a nice post and rail fence. A week before we were to do the project, a staffer from the Parks Department called and said, no, we don't want that to be done, so that project's over. And it really kind of ruffled the feathers of a lot of volunteers in Roseland who were ready to build a nice fence and help the park there, which is being vandalized to this day. And it was one of those things where we realized that politics is involved in this also. What we'd like to see, especially now because there's more money involved in these grants, and that's going to require a larger amount of match from the community, that you allow people who've had previous grants and then weren't able to do it to be in the next mix and go forward on another type of project. That didn't occur with the people from the Roseland neighborhoods. And now that this situation is opened to the people in Roseland, please have an outreach which allows folks in Roseland to understand the Measure O funding approaches. Because if you're in the know, you can get some money O. That's what people have said out there. Money coming from Measure O can get there to you if you know what's going on. But most Roseland folks were never really informed of how that worked yet. So I'd like the Community Engagement Department to actually do the outreach to let folks in Roseland understand how to get the funding from Measure O to help their communities. This would be a win-win for everybody, but until someone picks up the banner and says, yes, we're going to help those new Roseland residents, which I think is close to 6,000 people, understand how our processes work, they're still on the outside looking in. So this is the excellent opportunity for the Community Engagement Department to reach out and help people throughout that newly embraced Roseland neighborhood. It's always been around there, but now it's in the city, and we're looking forward to be a big part of the good things we can do. So help us to say hello to Measure O. Thank you so much for your time.
That's all the cards I have. Ms. Ronshausen or Ms. Barnes, are there performance measures? How do we track what happens with these grants?
There aren't any performance measures that way. The projects are actually defined as a kind of an event or an item, an activity that has a beginning and an end. So the end for us is the measure of success, and that then would be the place where they get reimbursed. And the reimbursement rate is actually, I think the neighborhood is closer to 70-75% in terms of people doing projects. They're unusual in that the grants that we talked about for the other programs, the money goes to the service provider. These grants actually require that the work be completed by the community organization, and then they file to be reimbursed. So, so the measure is they got completed. There's not any more significant measurement of success.
The grants are due on delivery of
yes.
the event. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, Council? Mr. Rogers.
Well, thank you guys very much. I know very well how exhaustive this process is. As sort of a point of clarification, the funds have now been exhausted from the fund. When you have projects, say last year's that were approved, are those dollars reserved, or if somebody was to come forward from previous years with projects that they've completed, would we as a body have to allocate additional funds?
We have not oversold the airplane, so the money, when we say that it's all gone, means that we anticipate if everybody who we committed money to reimbursed, we'd be even. So in theory, we'll probably have some left over because it's never 100% reimbursement. But one of the things that we're hoping to do as part of this resetting for council is to then realign this next cycle so that when the budget time happens, you know what the ask is. Right now, those are totally unrelated activities. We have a grant program, and then we look to see if we've got money in the budget, as opposed to a real definitive priority setting by council, which is, yes, we want to fund those projects, and we make them part of the budget process. But probably the other thing I'd like to add is some fair criticism about this process in terms of this grant process that has been Danielle and I's first cycle. And there are lots of opportunities to improve it. And so we actually are starting tomorrow, we're meeting with the consultant to do strategic planning to essentially make the CAB more effective to improve all of these processes that we've discovered are pretty turbulent and are not all that effective, and come back to council with some specific recommendations so that at the next cycle we can deal with the timing of the budgeting, we can deal with the comfort in the way we've screened and not have the CAB look at grants that they shouldn't even be considering because they violate some council policy. So there's all those things that we actually acknowledge and plan to remedy in the next, by the time you see this again.
I appreciate that, thank you. And to realign the process better with the budget, that's going to take a change to the resolution?
Yep.
Correct. Okay. So we should expect to see that.
Well, a couple of things.
That process is underway, so that if you looked at the slide, that's for next.
Right.
That'll be next year, not this year. So we're gonna go through. They need time to do the analysis and come back with a proposal. So I don't want that to be confused that you're going to be seeing that in this budget cycle. It'll be in the following budget cycle that you will see the results of those investigations.
That's great. And then if you could just, I've heard some of the complaints about moving the goalposts, if you will. If my recollection is correct, wasn't there a shift at CAB within the last couple of years that now if there's an interplay with the department, that those approvals and that staff work has to be done prior to the funding of a project or prior to the submittal of the application for the grant fund?
Correct. So the question you're asking is whether if a project comes forward from a community and that project's completion involves another city department, then that city department needs to be in the loop and endorsing the ask. So that's one of the things that was unique in this case. So what we didn't say already is that Mr. Frazier, who spoke a short time ago, will actually be back before council, who has appealed the decision of CAB for the grants that he applied for. So one of the considerations was whether or not the other department agreed. This was actually Transportation and Public Works. But in this particular case, the language in the resolutions actually say even though staff finds that the grant shouldn't be funded, the entire lot of applications goes to CAB. So we want to actually do some pre-screening that says shouldn't even be considered by CAB because it doesn't meet these other standards. And so it's that kind of unpeeling of the onion and finding out where the places are that we really could make it more clear and more consistent, and then everybody kind of knows what to expect out of the process.
Perfect. And in the future, it'd be really helpful for me also to see a list of the proposals that were not funded. Oftentimes I know that there were ideas that people brought forward that didn't quite match with the specifications for the grant, but that doesn't mean that they weren't good ideas that we shouldn't try to find other funding sources for. Really excited. I hope you guys can figure out how to get to participatory budgeting. Happy to keep working with you on that. But in the meantime, I like the direction that the grants are going, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Oliveris, thank you.
Thank you. Make a motion to accept the report from the Community Advisory Board regarding the Community Improvement Grant Program and receive the report on the outreach process for community input on the Capital Improvement Program.
Your votes, please. And that passes with 5 ayes. Thank you very much. As mentioned earlier, the council is going to take a 20-minute break for dinner. We've been at it for since 1:30, so we'll be back at 5 till. Call the meeting back to order. Mr. McGlynn, 16.1.
Item 16.1, public hearing, fiscal year 2018 to 19 budget priorities. Alan Alton presenting.
Mayor Corsi and Mayor Corsi and members of the City Council. This item is the annual budget public hearing. There we go. This hearing complies with city charter requirements that we have a public hearing prior to March and also before the council goal setting process. So you get both of those in this one. We put public notices. They were published in the Press Democrat on December 19th and on January 2nd. As I mentioned before, the council goal setting will be on January 18th and 19th, so this public hearing allows the public to provide input into budget priorities, but also into council goals moving forward. We have on the main facing page of the city's website, we have a link to our budget page, which allows for the public to also add comments, which they are doing as we speak. And finally, we have some next steps that you should be aware of. Some of the key items on there, as I mentioned, were the council goal setting coming up on the 18th and the 19th. This is really the kickoff of our budget process. So departments and staff will be working on this through May. And we will have study sessions coming up in May, as we normally do, but we are also planning one for April. Okay. And the other main one will be that we will have the budget on the public counter on June 1st, and then the adoption at the budget hearings on June 12th. So with that, unless you have any questions, we would recommend that you open a public hearing on budget priorities and consider written and oral comments as a part of future budget deliberations.
Thank you. Council, any questions at this point before I open the public hearing? I will open the public hearing. Appreciate the comments that we've received already. They've been coming in by email and otherwise. And we've got about 20 speakers tonight. It's great to have that input. I'm going to ask you, I'm not going to limit the speakers to anything less than 3 minutes, but I ask you to be succinct if possible. And we will start with Gregory Furon, followed by Linda Prue.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the Council. I'm here to ask you to consider in your budget priorities a new topic within homeless services. We've all been talking about for years shelters. We've all been talking about new housing, affordable housing, a housing to actually really solve the homeless problem. And lately we've been talking about safe parking. But I want you to think about encampments, because encampments really are what's out there and is stabilizing a lot of people and keeping them alive. And we're kind of not talking about it. So I'm asking you to think about in your budget making room for the possibility of some funding to encampments in the same way that you think about funding shelters. As you've heard from a lot of people, not everybody can be in a shelter. Shelters are not the end all, as we all know. We're all trying to get people stabilized, and we're all trying to help folks get to the point where they can take advantage of the housing we build. And encampments, I have deeply learned in the last year, are healthy, stable, and we can support them in the same way that we do a shelter. I also want to make a pitch for safe parking, though even that's the cheaper way of doing anything, because really we're just allowing people to be in a parking lot that's not used. An encampment's a little different, because an encampment is where a whole lot of people have close contact with each other, and we're all learning how to build encampments socially and physically that minimize conflict and allow people to live safely and healthily. So know that a lot of us are trying to figure out ways of getting the best use out of the property that the city owns and the property private people own and the property that nonprofits own. And some of us are thinking on some of those properties that encampments would be the best thing for its use in a temporary basis. So I'm asking you to help us put it in the budget that you would fund some aspects of encampments. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Prue, followed by Fred Krueger.
Good evening, Mayor Coursey, City Council members. I'm representing the Southeast Greenway campaign tonight. In July of 2018, your new fiscal year, it will be 10 years since a group of neighbors from our local neighborhood association came together to investigate the possible community uses of the old Highway 12 right-of-way. So it's our 10-year anniversary. I'd like to update you on where the project stands now. During the past year, the city's planning department and their consultant Placeworks have worked diligently on a draft general plan amendment, environmental impact report, and rezoning plan. Based on public comments this fall, Placeworks is updating work on a few segments of their plan, and we anticipate that a final draft of their work will be out for public comment in early spring. And we hope that the final recommendations will be brought to you for approval in late spring or early summer. As this process progresses, the campaign and our partner, the Sonoma Land Trust, we are busy with raising acquisition funds to meet the $1 million match required for the Open Space District grant that we were awarded in 2016. So based on the results of our early donor campaign and a $250,000 grant from the Sonoma County Community Foundation, I can say to you with great confidence that there continues to be strong and enthusiastic support for the Greenway and its progress. So we are now very close to seeing this phase of the project complete. We want to express our thanks to the planning department and actually to the many, many city departments who have worked hard on the general plan amendment and the EIR. So now for your budget priorities. We are simply asking that in the next fiscal year, we would like you to continue to support the work of the planning department to complete the general plan amendment in the EIR, and also to move forward into the property acquisition phase of the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Fred Krueger. He's left. Joni Goshorn. Followed by Christine Hoax.
Good evening. So I'm here to speak about the budget as well, and I'm looking at a spreadsheet because I'm a geek like that. I downloaded it, and I just spoke with Alan about some questions that I had, but I'm looking at the total operating budget, $338 million, with housing being the number 4 item, $36.17 million. And the homeless part of that is $1.6 million. So looking at that budget, I don't see anything in that about mental health. One of my colleagues on the Homeless Action Group just informed me that's normally a Sonoma County issue, but if we're looking at $1.6 million for homelessness and we're not looking at mental health, to me, that seems to be a mistake. And so I would encourage the powers that be to maybe consider some of this. And I see it's actually gone down a tiny bit from last year, although I don't fully understand all of these lines. Salaries, and I don't want to begrudge anyone their salaries, is $198,000. And then there are multiple lines for subrecipient funding, $442,000, $526,000, and $130,000 that I've been told I can get more information about. I just would strongly encourage, maybe we need to start looking at mental health from a city issue. And that's where I stand. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christine Hoax, followed by Eric Fraser.
Hello. So I'm here this evening. I'm going to talk about a new proposal. I'm here as a representative of 350 Sonoma, a local climate group that works on protecting the climate for the future through local initiatives, renewable energy, regenerative agriculture, and zero waste. And personally, I also would like to support this proposal to create a public bank of Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa, and so what I have here in front of me, and I think you'll all have copies of this soon if you don't already, is a proposal to create a public bank. I'm going to just read a little bit from it. So public banks have a long history worldwide of providing low-cost financial services for projects benefiting the public, saving millions of dollars that are usually paid in fees and interest to large private banks. And criminal conduct, wrongful behavior, these things should not be rewarded with future business dealings with Santa Rosa. So we'd like to see this public bank to help us then deal with our money based on our values, our real values. We have no control over the large corporate banks. The city of Santa Rosa currently banks with Wells Fargo, which has been downgraded to needs improvement status, and is therefore issuing, Santa Rosa City is issuing an RFP, request for proposals, to an alternative bank. So the LA City Council unanimously voted to disqualify Wells Fargo and to divest from the Wells Fargo for financing the Dakota Access Pipeline, predatory lending, illegal foreclosures, and opening millions of fraudulent accounts. So we'd like to move beyond Wells Fargo. We propose that the City of Santa Rosa limit the terms of the RFP for an alternative bank to a one-year contract. Meanwhile, a feasibility study for a public bank of Santa Rosa can be pursued. And that the RFP should include socially and environmentally responsible banking criteria. So why do we need to do this? Because, and as an example, the Public Bank of North Dakota, founded in 1919, reported its 13th consecutive year of record profits in 2016, earning $136.2 million in net income with a remarkable return of investments of 16.6%. The City of Santa Rosa is a charter city, which allows it to provide credit and depository services for all the things, just like electricity, water, and utilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Eric Fraser, followed by Arlie Hay.
Thank you again for all you do, and I know you get a lot of information thrown at you, a lot of numbers that must be incredible, and I do appreciate your attention. I prepared written comments and I passed those out to everybody. Hopefully you received a copy. I'm going to breeze over these, not to belabor the point. You have the information in front of you. I represent my neighborhood and businesses in my neighborhood. In the greater Cherry area, we have a very mixed use area, a lot of houses that were converted into offices. We have a great degree of renters versus what used to be a lot of people that would own their property and live on site in a residential way. Of course, we have stores facing the major arteries. We have a whole mixture of people. And so in trying to reach consensus and trying to get things done, we have a tremendous number of people to reach out to. And communication is really key. We appreciate the work of the employees. Obviously, I addressed the issues with CAB earlier, and I do appreciate working with everybody, so I don't want to sound like I'm too aggressive or to come off as somebody who's not listening and trying to take information in and be reasonable. But we do have to achieve our goals, and there's a bunch of things in our neighborhood that we really have to address. So I aligned my comments to also meet the budget report that was done, and also the general plan, and also the council's goals and visions. In the city council, of course, we value inclusiveness. That's one of your goals, one of your values. And so we're obviously wondering what's going to happen with district elections and the impact and all the different committees and problem-solving tools that we have. So we'll just be keeping informed on that. In the city manager's office, obviously we're still in a state of emergency, but our neighbors are a little bit confused about what does that do in the decision-making process. Do our elected officials make most of the decisions when we're in a state of emergency, or is it the city manager? I'm not saying anything against the city manager's job and also responding to the state of emergency, but we're a little confused of how the decision-making process is handled, and perhaps, because it's so new. We hope not to have this repeated again. But we certainly value integrity and transparency, and we want to make sure that we're really doubling down on these so that we can reach a high standard of excellence. This is of an issue because the city manager is also important for the city, is an important manager for the city employees. And I think where friction happens in dealing with city employees is that sometimes we're not hearing the accurate information. We're not getting all the information. We get bits and pieces. People get frustrated. And it's not because it's against the city employee. It's just that we want to be sure that we have accurate information going forward.
Mr. Fraser, I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay. You have the information in front of you, but there are a couple of important things when it comes to the...
If the information's in here, that's sufficient. Your time is up. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Arlie Haig, followed by Adrian Lobby.
Hello, Council. My name is Arlie Haig. I live in a small pocket of county surrounded by city, but I'm here to discuss the new Kiwanis Springs Community Park and the eventual development of it. Some background and what's driving me is I started the original Kiwanis Garden in southeast Santa Rosa in 2005 on a site across from the Kiwanis Elementary School. It was replaced by a preschool complex in 2016. So I've been working with Jen Santos of Rec and Parks to design our new garden site at the new Kiwanis Springs Community Park site. It's just a few blocks south of the original site. Our garden originally was a model praised by all who visited, and we received city awards, and our plots were always filled. 2, 3. The master plan for the new Kiwanis Springs Community Park will soon be brought before the council for approval. It needs additional funding as the residential development in that sector is presumed to be almost built out. Where will the funding come from? The current draft budget allots $2.1 million for Roseland Creek and $11.8 million for a place to play. I'm not really sure if those are past expenditures or what they're planned to spend. The Kiwanis Park needs at least $2 million, certainly can use $11 million. I really don't know the amount that's needed yet. I was told that as soon as the master plan is approved, Rec and Parks can begin soliciting grants. I just hope the city can move forward on funding additional money for this very important city park in an underserved area of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Lobby, followed by David Petritz.
Hi, Adrian Lobby from Homeless Action. A couple things right off the top that are more personal for me. I would like to see you support the public bank option. Let's get some more money into our city and work on things that support poor people in general. So your transportation budget, public transportation, and the transit mall in particular really needs some attention in this coming year. But mostly I'm here to talk about homelessness because that's what I'm here for. There's two ways to look at it. There's housing is the solution for homelessness. We've said that many, many times. You've said all that. So you have an opportunity this year to do a bond issue to build a bunch of low-income housing, and I really support that. I think we need to have money in the budget for making that real. In the meantime, while we're waiting for housing to get built, we need to support the homeless people we have now. So I want to echo Gregory's thought that we need a system of public camps where people can just plain get off the street and get stabilized. This is low-hanging fruit, which is true of the next couple of things I want to say. They're cheap, and they'll make a big difference in not only the lives of the homeless people that are involved in them, but in the downtown area and other places, neighborhoods where people feel like they just have too much to deal with. Other low-hanging fruit is the safe parking programs. I know you've been talking about that. I want to just remind you that this is very high priority. Again, it just is cheap and it gets a lot of people help. I heard some thoughts that you were thinking of buying a couple of like Portland potties where people could use the bathroom downtown especially, and I want to encourage that to happen this year. We really desperately need more. I call them porta potties, but whatever version of that the city could fund, I think is only going to help. And then I would like you to consider some some RFPs to diversify the service providers in the city. We tend to go to Catholic Charities, and often Catholic Charities folks say to me, we didn't actually want to do that project, but no one else stepped forward to do it, and we wanted it to get done. And I think there's a problem with capacity when you have one big agency that has sort of the staff, the accounting, and all that. So I'd like to see us build up some of the smaller agencies. And to do that by saying, hey, give us your best idea. What would you like to expand into this year, and how much would it cost? And let's fund some of these things so that people could start to build up what they can do. Here's a don't fund. There's a project on the plate to change infractions to misdemeanors, certain what you all call quality of life offenses that often affect homeless people. There's probably going to be costs to that. That's what the staff said when they presented it. So I would just not fund it. It's not going to help anyone, and it's just going to add to the cost burden that homeless people already carry, and the potential for them to end up with jail records, which make it a lot harder to get into housing. Finally, I want to mention the kind of public engagement process that we've seen around the pilot program. These have been disappointing for all of us. I've been to two large ones, where a whole crowd of people came in, some of us saying, hey, we don't like the pilot project, we don't want to see the sweep of this particular group of people or not, and other people really interested in getting those people out of that area. All of us left really, really frustrated. So I think that at this point, this particular kind of public engagement tends to be PR for the city. Whatever the city departments want to tell people, that's what happens at those meetings. That's not engagement. That is lecturing and passing on information. I don't see it as very valuable, and I'd like to see you fund something more dynamic and real. Thanks a lot. Good luck with the budget. I'll be back.
Thank you. David Petritz, followed by Ronit Rubinoff.
Thank you. David Petrus, 2748 Lakeview Drive, Santa Rosa. I would like to address the fire, the Tubbs fire and that impact, and what we do in terms of really looking at that for the future development of it. And I would really like to recommend that you budget some money in terms of really doing a state-of-the-art study to figure out what the risks really are there for the future. I've attended several planning commission, or one planning commission meeting, 2 projects, including the senior facility, and the commission's answer justifiably seems to be that they haven't gotten a whole bunch of direction from the council on how to proceed. And I think that you really need some evidence-based and a really state-of-the-art study to say what are the risks there. We know that, 50 years ago you had a fire that, minus Coffee Grove, followed pretty much the same pattern. And that was before global warming. So it would seem that there is a very, very significant risk, both in terms of safety and in terms of cost to the city for future development in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ronit Rubinoff, followed by Holan Trong.
Good evening, Mayor.
I wasn't even close.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Ronit Rubinoff, Legal Aid of Sonoma County. Just really briefly, wanted to thank you again for your support of homeless prevention program, including tenant services. And the timing of that support could not have been better given the fires and the impact on the housing climate. So I just wanted to give you a little snapshot. We've seen over 450 people since April in Santa Rosa alone. That's not countywide. I'm just reporting to you on Santa Rosa alone. Despite that large number, we saw a 20% increase since the fires. This is a time of year when we normally would have seen a decrease. So a 20% leap in evictions since the fires hit, many of those with just no cause evictions. So it's kind of what we anticipated. We're going to continue to see this this year, and we're really grateful for your support as part of the fire relief effort, and of course also as part of stabilizing our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll try this again. Wyan Trong.
I'm a climate activist working with the divestment team of Sonoma Solidarity with Standing Rock. We've joined with the Public Bank of Santa Rosa working group to urge the city to start a public bank. It is the only way for the city to divest from Wall Street banks. Now the proposal takes on a new urgency. As the city attempts to fund the rebuilding of infrastructure destroyed by the fires. A public bank offers huge financial gains. It will help out cut the cost of rebuilding Santa Rosa infrastructure after the fires in half. This can be achieved by financing through the city's own bank, eliminating interest paid on bonds and returning the earned interest to the city's own operating budgets. It will save millions in banking fees to Wall Street banks. It can offer lower interest loans to homeowners wishing to rebuild after the fires. It will help keep money in our county and city. It's the only way for the city of Santa Rosa and other cities and institutions to truly divest from Wall Street banks, which invest in fossil fuels. Profits can be used to finance clean energy projects and green, sustainable, more resilient rebuilding. The public bank can profit from providing much needed financial services to the cannabis industry, and the profits can be applied to budgetary needs. If our county's cannabis dollars go to another public bank in the area, this financial opportunity may diminish at a time when we need it most. We must strike while the iron is hot. We urge the City Council and City Manager to fund a feasibility study right away so we can reap these considerable benefits as soon as possible. This is crucial to institutional divestment and to the rebuild of Santa Rosa. And to everyone in the audience, please endorse our proposal at www.publicbanksantarosa.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny Blaker, followed by Dwayne DeWitt.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jenny Blaker. I'm also a member of Sonoma Solidarity with Standing Rock. The Standing Rock movement nationwide is looking at divestment from fossil fuels and supporting the movement for public banking. I'm just going to read two of the whereas clauses from the resolution, which was mentioned earlier, and which if you haven't already seen it, you will be seeing it soon. One clause is, whereas several U.S. cities, including Oakland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Santa Fe, Seattle, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C., and the states of Vermont, New Hampshire, Washington, and California are taking steps towards establishing public banks. And whereas the lack of secure financial services for the cannabis industry, related public safety issues, and lost tax revenues have motivated Los Angeles, Oakland, San Francisco, and the state of California to explore the potential for public banks to serve this industry. And so it goes on. So you can see that Santa Rosa would not be alone, would be joining a lot of other much bigger cities in looking at the feasibility for a public bank. It would keep the money local, bring back local control, and help with many of the projects from housing to rebuilding after the fires, for which we need money and for which we should be keeping the money here rather than spending it on interest rates and fees for private banks. I also have a statement from Deborah Hammond, who is sick, who wasn't able to come here today. She's also a member of Sonoma Solidarity with Standing Rock, and she is a Professor Emerita of Interdisciplinary Studies at Sonoma State University. And she wanted to point out that North Dakota, which is the only state that has its own public bank at the moment, was the least impacted by the collapse of 2008. And that having a public bank of Santa Rosa would give us financial stability, flexibility, and independence in the potentially tumultuous times ahead. I think those were the main points I wanted to make, but I also wanted to reiterate all the statements that have been made earlier about housing and support the work of Homeless Action and other groups looking at permanent housing for the long-term homeless people. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne DeWitt, followed by Shelley Browning.
I'd like to use the overhead. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland and Santa Rosa. And it's been almost 25 years since we formed a group called Roseland Action, in which we advocated to have more of a safety net. This is from San Francisco from last 2 weeks ago, actually. And if you'll look, you'll see that these cubicles are actually a bit nice. They're not bunk beds. They're not messed up. They're a way to treat people who are disadvantaged and down on their luck in a humane manner. I'm hoping that in this next budget, you don't cut anything that may be related to safety net situations. I know that you'll have to be cutting because there's not enough money to go around based on what's happened to us recently. So with that in mind, my asks are a bit different than you might expect. This is an organizational chart of the Recreation and Parks Department, and they don't have enough groundskeepers or maintenance people to take care of our vital public assets, the parks. So I'd like you to do something that's a bit unusual. Put a bit of a freeze on hiring anybody that makes over $99,000 a year. Just say, no, we can't go there. And use the money to hire people who are at the bottom of your pay scale. Down here, the groundskeepers who keep our parks nice, the maintenance workers, and get a situation going where you can actually reach out and begin to seek money from both the state and the federal government. Our organization helped the county of Sonoma to get $392,000 from the US EPA for a brownfields revitalization pilot project study. That could be leveraged by you folks, and I know the county is going to be asking to use your revolving loan fund for brownfields to deal with the Roseland site where they have issues of unresolved contamination, which currently people are living above, and that's a public health hazard. What we'd like to see you do is reach out and try to get planning grants from the US EPA. You can get millions of dollars when handled correctly. The city of Emeryville did this. They were once just a small kind of backwoods spot like Roseland. They're still the same size as Roseland, but they turned their original $200,000 grant into tens of millions of dollars in leveraged investment. You could do that also. Please look at that for Roseland, and let us help you, because we have skills in Roseland. Actually, we'd like you to think that the public's not stupid. They're here to help you. Thank you.
Shelley Browning, followed by Luann Daly.
Good evening, Mayor Corsi, council members. Shelley Browning, Friends of Public Banking, Santa Rosa. I stand before you here this evening the same as I did 1 year ago with the same ask, which is to fund a feasibility study on a public bank of Santa Rosa. I've dedicated the last year of my life to educating this community and educating you all on the benefits of public banking, and I'd like to thank my colleagues that showed up this evening to speak on behalf of that. In addition, in support of this request, I'll be leaving with Julie Guzzi this evening petition signed throughout the community with 268 signatures asking for a public bank of Santa Rosa. We have an online petition on our website, publicbanksantarosa.org, asking to fund a feasibility study for a public bank of Santa Rosa with 147 signatures. In addition to that, on our website, we have the proposed resolution for a public bank of Santa Rosa, which we just launched on Sunday. It currently has signatures of 14 organizations and 55 community members, for a total of 484 signatures in request of a feasibility study for a public bank of Santa Rosa. A year ago, I handed you a proposal from Tom Seguros of Rhode Island, who would conduct the feasibility study. He is, as you know, Oakland they're underway in their feasibility study, and Tom Seguros is heading that up. So I'll be leaving that proposal with you once again this year. You know, in addition, I'm sure that you're all aware that State Treasurer John Chung this past year set forth a cannabis banking working group. They traveled throughout the state, and they had 6 sessions planned, and I attended one, and I asked State Treasurer to bring public banking to the table there. He added, based on that request, a 7th working group session where he heard from the national leaders on public banking, and he came out with his recommended solutions for the cannabis cash problem, and among his recommended solutions is funding a feasibility study for the state of California. As was mentioned, the cities within California, Oakland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Berkeley, Richmond, Alameda, they're all participating in moving forward in establishing public banks within their cities. It's time for Santa Rosa to get on board. We need this more than any of those cities. As we have experienced the fires, we have much greater financial needs right now, and the traditional means of income that you guys have counted on, with income tax, or excuse me, sales tax being one of them, is down. So please make this be the year that you guys take the steps and begin to move towards establishing a public bank and fund the feasibility study. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Luann Daly. She'll be followed by John Rothfield.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, I'm back also with Shelley as our fearless leader, but you have seen us before too, and I know you all know what the public bank can do for us. And Mayor Corsi, I wanted to remind you that I was at the meeting not too long ago when we voted for the saying for Santa Rosa, which we would be leading the North Bay. Do you remember? That was going to be our slogan. And then I asked you, well, can we lead by getting a feasibility study for a public bank? And you said, well, and it was so cute, I thought, but we're going to wait and see what Oakland does, and then we'll do what they do. Well, they did it. They $75,000 from Oakland and $25,000 from Berkeley, and they'll be done with their feasibility study March 31st. And they offered us the deal of $89,000 to do the feasibility study. And they would discount it a little bit. We don't know exactly how much, but I'm sure we could negotiate because we could tag on, you know, so the sale is on now. Come on down and get the feasibility study because we need to be able to fund our rebuild. And I would love to see us also, on a separate note, not rebuild everything in wood. There's this thing called aircrete. I hope you've all heard of it. It's like concrete, only it's 2/3 air, and you can make bricks out of it. It has the insulation built in. 6-inch interior walls, 12-inch exterior walls with unburnable insulation. I hope we are not so stupid that we would build again with wood. So I'm not really on that committee, but sometimes I get discouraged and I think, oh my God, we don't look forward. We must, and we must look forward with our money too. And sometimes you just have to bite the bullet. It won't be that much, and the return on investment could be huge, huge, huge with a public bank. It really could, because we would have the power of fractional reserve lending, which I'm sure you all know what that is. It means you can lend more than you actually have in your pocket. Plus, we would just keep our own money local. And I want to tell a personal story of sometimes taking a chance, because I know everybody in your personal life has had to sometimes step out on a limb. And when I was pregnant, I was a hypnobirther. I was a hypnotherapist, and I used self-hypnosis for the birth, and I wanted a water birth, and I'd wanted a water birth since I read about it when I was in college. And I went to the hospital I was at, Portland Maine Med, a tertiary hospital. Oh, we've been studying that for 5 years. No, we can't do it. We haven't. The committees have been meeting and meeting and meeting for 5 years. And my nurse midwife said, well, you know what, we can always just say you couldn't get out of the labor tub in time. And that's what we did. And we had a beautiful birth, no drugs. It was, and then everybody came in and was like, oh, I wish I'd have been at your birth. That was great. We heard it went so beautifully because she took a chance. All the studies in the world, eventually you have to take a chance. And now at that hospital, they've had thousands and thousands of water births. And they're a model hospital, and we'll be a model city.
Thank you. John Rothfield, followed by Anita LaFollette.
Hi, I'm John Rothfield, and I'd like to speak in favor of the public bank and a feasibility study. And I think it's financially responsible for the city to fund the feasibility study. Santa Rosa can, make a statement as a progressive place to keep our money local and keep it away from the banks which have been doing criminal behavior. I really hope you can fund a feasibility study for the public bank. Thank you.
Thank you. Anita LaFollette, followed by Joe Dietzen.
Good evening. Thanks for hearing us tonight. I just wanted to point out to you that on all of those slides they showed just earlier tonight when they had the community forums or the community meetings, one of the highest priorities was housing. And you also have on your slides there that your highest priority is public priorities. That means that one of the things you're probably going to talk about funding is something to do about this emergency proclamation for the housing people. Yes, you know that because I'm in the midst of it and have been for 2 years. So I want to point out to you that you do have an asset right here at the City Hall that would help us out, because I don't think you know what to do about the housing problem. Some people say there's not enough money, but I think there is if you put your mind to it. I want to say that what we ought to do is all sit down together, because when I was over there at that forum, and there was the county, and there was the city, and there was some police, and there was Housing Action, we could all sit down in the same room and talk about it and use the restorative justice model so that we could all hear what we have to say to one another, because we're all smart people, we know how to work this out. And because there is a lot of people sleeping out there in the rain, and I happened to go over there the other day and I made an APS report on Mr. Cooper, and that APS report was rejected. They wouldn't deal with it because, guess why? He was homeless. Now that's criminal, because when I make an APS report, that's Adult Protective Services, that man was very sick and he was trying to sleep in a tent, and he was not all functioning very well at all. People had to take him meals. I don't want to break your heart about it, but because you know that I could. I know a lot of those stories, but if we all sat down together, let's say the Downtown Association, the Methodist Church, St. Vincent's, how about the Board of Supervisors, in one room? It wouldn't cost anything, and we would come up with a solution, because the board doesn't have any answers. They're not even talking about it anymore, and I don't think you guys do either, so I'm sorry. I think we ought to get down and really use what we have, the restorative justice process, and figure out a way to work out this problem so that people aren't dying in tents. And thank you for listening. I also want to put a plug in for the banks. What a great idea, public bank.
Joe Dietzen, followed by Judy Kennedy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. Joe Dietzen, representing the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce. Tonight, I'd like to thank the city for its support on two key issues. First, housing, and second, on the downtown. And to convey the support of our members, 900 members of the Santa Rosa Chamber, businesses, for that the city continue to do its support for housing and for the downtown. We realize you have a very challenging budget time ahead of you with the, after the fires, the impact on potential sales tax impact and on property tax. Realize that, plus additional city costs that have gone in as a result of the emergency. But I would note that if we continue to focus on housing and continue the expedited process that we have through planning and economic development, the sooner housing gets built, the sooner people will be buying lumber at our local home supply stores, paying sales tax, the sooner our laborers will be paid, getting wages up, a benefit for the economic development of the city. In addition, as we develop downtown and we have the lovely square, there are a number of, there's a plan for a downtown action organization, and I know there are some other plans out there, but the more tourists we have coming downtown, the more local folks we have coming downtown, it'll support our businesses, support workers, and support sales tax. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Judy Kennedy, followed by Thomas Ellis.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Coursey and council members. Let's talk about art. I'm here to urge you to budget a full-time position for the arts coordinator. There is a lot of art trying to happen in Santa Rosa. As you know, there is a large-scale sculpture installation planned for Courthouse Square. The arts community has worked on and off for years to paint welcoming murals on the walls of the city's underpasses. In addition, the city of Santa Rosa has grown in size with the annexation of Roseland, where there will be art opportunities with every new retail store and mixed-use construction in Roseland. Large-scale projects, the projects that will identify Santa Rosa as an arts destination, are not even on the back burner because of lack of time. Placemaking grants for Courthouse Square and other downtown locations are available now from the NEA, the Bloomberg Family Foundation, and the California Arts Council. There are transportation grants available for murals under our freeways and art installations along commuter rail lines as SMART. But writing grants and working out contracts with artists and governmental entities takes time. Tara Thompson spends less than 50% of her time working on arts issues and arts programming. More than half of her time is spent processing permits and not as an arts coordinator. Please budget a full-time position for the arts coordinator so Tara Thompson has the time to apply for these important placemaking grants for Courthouse Square and apply for transportation grants for art along our transportation corridors. Thank you and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Thomas Ells, followed by David Hawes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the budgets. I want to echo the words of some of the other folks, and then I want to go back to some of the issues that I talk to all the time. Public banking, really important. It's a valuable asset, and keeping the funding here and the profits of the banks that get to be reinvested here rather than doing things in Wall Street, very important. Arts coordinator, very important. I've spoken about the Southeast Greenway, that should have an art corridor to lead people into the downtown and up into the Annandale Park and so on. It's a really important corridor, and we could do that really easily. With regard to the fires, it appears that insurers are no longer going to insure in the high fire areas. Oakland Hills people are being rejected for reauthorizing their insurance. Is supposedly going to go to state funding type of insurance. I'm not exactly sure, but insurers are not going to insure in these areas, and it's going to be state funded costs. That's you and me. Federal studies were done in the Bureau of Management land areas, and they found that the fire temperatures have increased to destroy the seeds, so they don't regenerate. The areas of the Department of Interior not regenerating after fires. So they want to create large fire breaks in those areas, really significant fire break. Very important. I want to go to safe parking and camping. It's really important. Oh, they're all important. This one's really very important right now. I think it's one of your top items as far as homeless emergency. There's 150 people approximately in the camp, and we can use safe parking and the camping. One thing we need is trash and safety there. Those are really important. But the camps could be stepping stones for people from Sam Jones. So you spend $1 million on Sam Jones a year and virtually nothing on Camp Michaela and the Last Chance Village. They can be a stepping stone for people into independence, because when they're at Sam Jones, everything's being taken care of. And I hope that Steve was able to talk about that. That's something he was bringing up, is that people at Sam Jones, their meals are prepared for them, everything. They help out cleaning up things, but everything is pretty much done for them. There's no other requirements for them. But these can be stepping stones for people because the camps and, say, parking, those are independent. Those are where people are independent. They don't cost very much, maybe a big savings, and they offer people an opportunity up. So whether that types of camps, what I mean by that is with tiny homes and other types of things, modulars, mobile, those types of things that we can place and have very inexpensive and make them a stepping stone for people. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hawes, followed by Kevin Conway.
Okay, I'm assuming, Mr. Mayor, that my handwriting is very poor. David Harris, 355 Gemma Circle.
I didn't think you were David Hawes. Sorry. David
Right.
Harris.
Well, good evening. I don't envy you and the City Council of having this need to provide some leadership to the community in this disaster scenario that we're in, and I'm just sitting here thinking about what might be useful in helping us get some clarity on what the form of that leadership might be for us to be pushing out to the rest of the state. Because on many issues, we're waiting for Sacramento to do things and kind of give us the perspective and the direction. But being here at ground zero of where this disastrous fire occurred, I'm thinking maybe we should do some planning for an event that would bring expertise on the whole questions of what we might need to be thinking about changing and providing leadership to, particularly as it relates to development and building. Because we've had this focus on wildlands and defensible space. I think the defensible space response to Coffey Park is to tear down your neighbor's house, because we're not giving any other perspective to how we are going to deal with proliferation. Fires need fuel, etc. And I'm just laying this out as a question of, could we do something that would help us get a better framework around where we should be changing our policies and moving and offering to the rest of the state some insight from what our experience is. So I'll leave that at that point. I do want to say that I support the public banking idea. I think it is definitely worth our time to do a feasibility study and the possibilities that offers us for new ways to finance things, because we're stuck in many areas without enough liquidity and financing. The North Dakota Bank works through its locally owned regional banks in the communities. They become a source of credit to the local banks. And I think, I don't see that we've got our local bankers speaking here in favor of it, but the North Dakota example would tell us that our local banks, not the Wall Street banks, would be our allies with a public bank. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Conway, followed by Peggy Hendricks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'd like to address the climate change issue in general, and then more specifically as that relates to our community after the firestorm that we've experienced. Number one, I'd like to see the Climate Action Plan implemented in 2018 in a very serious and meaningful way, and to spend the money that's necessary to do that. And I'd like to see 5-minute staff updates given from the Climate Action Plan implementation team at every meeting, if that's possible. I'd like the council to spend its time and money to establish, perhaps this is happening in coordination with the county, some kind of a one-stop shop agency or office that facilitates all of the support and education and help that's needed to rebuild green and more resiliently. That guides builders and homeowners through the maze of available incentives for building green, helping with those applications and so forth. I'd like to see the City Council adopt the Bay Area Photovoltaic Ordinance and ensure that it applies to all new construction and all additions over 250 square feet. I'd like to see it mandated that basic all-electric design features be in all new construction, And I'd like to see a mandate that for backup batteries for electric garage door openers in any new construction. And finally, I'd like to see mandated that individual buyers have first position to buy those lots from people who lost their homes and who are not going to rebuild, that individual buyers have first position to buy those lots before developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Hendricks.
Good evening, my name is Peggy Marie Hendricks and I'm homeless. I recognize a lot of people here because I've been homeless since 2015, January 2015. It will be coming up 3 years. The last 2 times I spoke here, I spoke without my teeth because I was raped on the streets and my teeth were taken from me. My meeting sheet, I go to AA and NA. I've been on probation. I have been, having to drink with some of the people out here, the homeless, to get along because I live on the streets. I have a backpack up there that I have to carry. I'd like to tell you about my day today. I came back from Arkansas visiting my mother where I've been going back and forth since August.
Ms. Hendricks, please use the microphone.
I'm going to tell you how you can save some money. 3 minutes. Because I live off the taxpayers, I get $900. And you guys are spending a lot of money in this county. I was at the courthouse today to get off probation, but I now go to meetings to stay safe. Here are my plane tickets. I feel guilty because I'm homeless. I see Patrick down at the courthouse. This isn't anonymous, is it? Because I see Tom and Jenny having a meeting at the living room. I see Patrick at the living room. Then I see him at the courthouse at Channel 5. Sinead, you're spending a lot of money up there. My name is Peggy Hendricks. I'm homeless. I'm going to go to the AA meeting. And I'd like to know, you can save money by using the back of the paper like you used to, because I have that in my backpack. You started the HOST program, Homeless Outreach Service Team, a couple years ago. The mobile shower sits at Catholic Charities 600 Morgan, where all the fire trucks go to. Because you could check, because all those people have a white band on it going to the hospital, I know. I used to live. In 2004, I lived in the back where they give out free clothes. I had a colostomy on the outside, and I lived back there, so I know about the insurance fraud, the mobile shower. I feel guilty because I'm homeless and I live off the taxpayers' money. And I go back for safety to my mother. I went to the church and ate at Montgomery, God bless them. Today, I'd like to read you. I get stolen from all the time. I have so many IDs. My bank card gets stolen, my information, my phones, 14 phones right here. I don't know what they're doing at the federal building, and they've been working on that forever. Julie Combs isn't here. I'm sorry, I hope she's not ill. For 40 years, I struggled with a number of issues. I got this at the church that I just stayed at. From low self-esteem to drug and alcohol abuse until one day law enforcement came to my door with a search warrant. After turning my house upside down, they led me away in handcuffs. Before I was arrested, I believed in, but didn't have a relationship with God. That was about to change. When I was raped, taken up to Hall Road, left the bed, and took my teeth.
That's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else here who would like to address the council on budget priorities? I don't have any more cards. You don't need to fill out a card if you'd like to come down. Seeing no one else, I will close the public hearing. We are not taking any action tonight. Council, any comments, questions at this point? I'd just like to say that this is a hearing for us to hear your requests and ideas for our priorities. We will be having our budget hearings later in the year. The schedule was outlined by Mr. Alton earlier. Right now, our budget is very much up in the air, and we all know why. We had a terrible disaster here. We're waiting to find out a number of things about what will be reimbursed and what will not be reimbursed, what will be our responsibility to pay, what will be paid for by others. and what resources are available to us in the coming years. We will be getting more clarity on that as we go through our budget process, but right now we don't have that clarity. Mr. McGlynn, did you want to make any comments at this point?
No, I think that covers it, Mr. Mayor. The only thing I would add is one of the things that we're going to be looking at with council is how do we work on the budget process. Mr. Alton referred to an April study session. We would, as staff, really like to propose in next week's retreat altering the budget process so there's a more complete feedback loop, get council's input on certain items. That begins next week so that we can cost those items, bring those back items for further discussion during the budget process. But that's it as we stand right now.
Very good. Again, thanks everyone for your input tonight. We'll move on to 16.2.
Item 16.2, public hearing, NIB pre-zoning 3447 and 37, excuse me, let me try that again, 3747 and 3753 Sinead Road, ANX 17-004. Mr. Rose, supervising planner, presenting.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. The item before the council tonight is the NIB pre-zoning. The item is a pre-zoning request for 2 parcels. They're just under ½ acre in total site area, and the item is to change or to apply pre-zoning in the R16 zoning district. Both of the parcels are currently developed with detached single-family homes. There is no new development proposed with this action tonight. The approval of the pre-zoning would allow for annexation, and that would also allow for future utility connections. Pre-zoning is the city's role in an annexation process. LAFCO actually will do the annexation. The city establishes pre-zoning. So the subject site, it's 2 parcels located at 3747 and 3753 Sinead Road. It's in northeast Santa Rosa. This is an aerial shot, and you can see it's on the north side of Sinead Road, west of Jeremy Court, east of Montecito Meadows Drive. Regarding the history, the project originally started with an application for a utility certificate, and that was submitted to the Planning and Economic Development Department in October of 2016. Part of that submittal application requires referral and discussions with LAFCO, and through those discussions it was determined that an annexation was the appropriate process. So the annexation application came to the city in May of 2017, and the Planning Commission in August of last year heard the item and ultimately recommended that the council approve the pre-zoning request. The general plan for the site is very low density residential. This graphic, there's a slight error where the star is not actually where this parcel is. It's down adjacent to Sinead Road. You can see the 3747, 3753 addresses. So as I mentioned, the pre-zoning request is to apply R16 zoning, and that implements the general plan designation for the site, which is very low density residential. As such, the project is a discretionary action, and so it's subject to CEQA. Staff finds that it qualifies for a streamlining provision, section 15183, and that is because it's consistent with the general plan, and it's a general plan for which an environmental impact report has been certified. So in conclusion, staff and the Planning Commission is recommending that the council pre-zone the subject properties to the R16 zoning district. That concludes staff's presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Council, other questions at this point? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. You don't need to have filled out a card. If you'd like to address the council on this issue,
yes,
step
sir.
forward.
I'm putting in a card.
Just go ahead. Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I believe that you should work with the staff and let this rezoning occur. I believe that it seems to be within the considerations that they want to have with desirable types of hillside development like that. And apparently, from looking at the file, there's nothing against this. So let's go for it, please. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to address the council on this? I'll close the public hearing. Any questions, council? I do have one question. We had no feedback from the neighborhood. I assume that neighbors were noticed about this.
I received one phone call about it yesterday from a neighbor at an adjacent parcel, and she was just questioning how this would impact her. With an explanation, she was not opposed to it. She actually seemed interested in perhaps annexing sometime in the near future herself. So,
thank you. Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. Introduce an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, pre-zoning the properties located at 3747 and 3753 Sinead Road, also identified as Assessor's Parcel Number 173-260-007 and 173-260-008, respectively, to the R16 Single Family Residential Zoning District, file number ANX 17-004. Wait for the reading.
Second. Your votes, please. And that passes with 5 ayes. Thank you. We have, where'd my agenda go?
Good New Year's.
I was going to say we have something, but I don't have my. All right. We will go to the final public comment. Erica Morgan. Erica Morgan, is she here? We have no written communications. We are adjourned.